wellness apps, sleep aids, smart foods, smart bike.
to the start of the. Where is it? Oh, test. I was like, what?
Check, 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 check. 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Good morning. Check, 1, 2.
Good.
Ready? All right. Good morning, everyone. The sun is shining and the weather is sweet, right? Down here. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the 5th annual Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference under the theme, The Blue Ocean Revolution, Unlocking the Potential of Health and Wellness Tourism. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and its agency, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, thank you for joining us here at the beautiful Montego Bay Convention Center and also on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram via @TEFJamaica and @PBCJ. For those of you joining from home, be sure to visit www.wellnessinja.com to have a look at our agenda for the day. Yesterday we had a full jam-packed day of activities with our Wake Up to Wellness activities, which featured sound healing, drumming and breath work, and a bit of movement to get us in the mind frame with health and wellness at the forefront, of course. The Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, reminded us of the importance of investing in health and wellness tourism, which is valued at $4.4 trillion US, and charged our local suppliers of products, services, and experiences in health and wellness to seize the opportunities to expand this lucrative wellness tourism sector. Yesterday, we also celebrated the inaugural Excellence in Health and Wellness Tourism Award ceremony, and what an incredible event it was. Congratulations to all the winners, and we also applaud the nominees for their continued effort in health and wellness tourism. Can we get a hand? Thank you. All right, I want to acknowledge the dignitaries and guests in the house. Let's begin with Miss Jennifer Griffith, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism, Dr. Carrie Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Miss Joy Roberts, Executive Director of Jamaican Vacations Limited, Miss Georgia Robinson, Executive Director of Devon House, Miss Maureen James, Executive Director of the Montego Bay Convention Center, Mrs. Nicola Madden Gregg, President of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association, Mr. Robin Russell, President of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, Professor Lloyd Waller, Professor Lloyd Waller, Mr. Garth Walker, Chairman of Health and Wellness Network and the Tourism Linkages Network, Mrs. Carolyn McDonald Riley, the Director of the Tourism Linkages Network, esteemed panelists, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. All right, so since 2019, this conference has brought together leaders in the health and wellness tourism industry from Jamaica, the Caribbean, and all over the world. And this year is no different as we continue to highlight thematic areas including wellness in the community, the spa sector, global wellness trends and insights, wellness travel experiences, gastronomy and wellness, health and wellness tourism, wellness music, investing in wellness, and we also, for the second time, have the Health and Wellness Trade Show showcasing local businesses from across the health and wellness sector offering products, services, and experiences. All right. So at this time, I would like to introduce Mrs. Carolyn McDonald-Riley, Director of the Tourism Linkages Network, to start us off in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Heavenly Father, as we embark on the second day of the 5th annual Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for the opportunity to gather in unity, celebrating the gift of health and well-being in this beautiful land. We seek your guidance and blessings as we continue our journey towards a healthier and happier Jamaica. May the discussions and interactions of this day be filled with wisdom, inspiration, and a shared commitment to fostering a culture of wellness. Grant us the strength to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, and may the knowledge exchanged during this event contribute to the growth and prosperity of health and wellness tourism in Jamaica. In your name we pray. Amen.
All right. We want to take this time to acknowledge our partners who made today possible. The Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, of course, the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JHTA, JAMPRO, the Jamaica Manufacturer, YAY, Jamaica Business Development Commission, RADA, Rural Agricultural Development Authority, the Exim Bank Jamaica, Stewart's Automotive Group, ATL Automotive, the Exim Bank Jamaica, Short Time Emergency Medical Services. And on that note, I'd love to introduce our first speaker to speak on innovative activities in health and wellness. Please help me welcome Dr. Andre McDonald, CEO of Short Time Emergency Medical Services.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Please allow me to recognize all the protocols already expressed. I am not going to be troubling anybody today. Yes, I am going to be. Dr. Wallace is here, so I'll behave myself this morning. Right. So good morning. How is everybody today? Okay. Now, I know that a lot of you would remember March 5, 2023, when a patient of mine, a very good friend of mine, collapsed at an event. Now, what is interesting is that Arif Cooper uses short-time emergency medical services at all of his parties. We are contracted to be beside him for 100% of the times that he's playing. On this night, he decided to play for somebody else who decided that they would not use a medical service. And as life would have it, that is the night he collapsed. Many of you would also remember where you were on September 20th, 2016, when Georges and Excelsior was playing at Stadium East. And 5 minutes into the match, the captain of St. George's College, Dominic James, also collapsed. It made the news because he was rushed to the university hospital, but he also never made it. None of you probably know who Enid Roberts is, but she's just a neighbor of mine who I was called to see because she collapsed upstairs her 3-story house in New Kingston. And they called me to help her, and all I had at the time was a stethoscope and something called an otoscope, which is a little thing you use to look into their ears. And I went with those 2 little instruments, and the only thing I could do was to listen to her chest and look into her ears. I called around the whole Jamaica land we love for an ambulance. None was able to help. Eventually, with the help of men, they wrapped her up in a sheet. They brought her down the stairs. She got knocked against the wall several times. She probably aspirated because her head was all over the place, was brought to the university hospital in a makeshift vehicle, and she died 2 hours after. You know what all these lives or deaths had in common? Number 1, they represented a medical emergency at some event or a home. That is very common. The figures are a medical emergency that causes a life happens every 40 seconds. You can look at your watch and see the next time one is going to happen. On the scene, usually at events, you will find some medical personnel with at least some basic level of medical training, and that person would at least have some basic level of medical knowledge. Always happens, almost 100% of the times. But a study that was done by KPH showed that over 60, almost 70% of all medical emergencies are transported to the hospital in a civilian vehicle, ill-equipped. And what is common to the situation that I just described in the previous slide is that all of those patients died who had these things in common. Now, if you think common things are common, then check on common things. They're very uncommon. In the situations I just told you about, none of them had advanced life support medical equipment, none had advanced life support medication or life-saving drugs, and none had advanced life support medically trained personnel. You would have heard even on the radio when a basic trained emergency medical technician was giving her testimony as to what she did and how she did it. And if you were advanced trained, you would have listened and heard that that testimony should have not been given. So here is the challenge. No ambulances were present at all those deaths. And so, it caused us to wonder, what is the role of an advanced life support ambulance? What is it? Well, an advanced life support ambulance is an ambulance with advanced medical equipment, advanced life-saving drugs, and advanced trained medical personnel. Must meet all 3 criteria to be classified as advanced life support ambulances. Must. And the medically trained personnel must be what you call advanced EMTs and above, paramedics, medical doctors, not basic EMTs, which are present on almost all the ambulances in Jamaica. You know why you need advanced life support? Because it is the gold standard of pre-hospital care worldwide. And it is needed to bridge the gap between this 40-second cardiopulmonary arrest case where somebody dies every 40 seconds, because if an advanced life support ambulance is on the scene to provide prompt medical care, then it is that intervention that is going to be involved in a positive outcome. And this is the big difference between developing countries and developed countries. Advanced life support ambulance, like the one that is parked outside, is like a mobile hospital. It can do literally anything once an advanced life support personnel is on board to carry out that procedure. And so, because you have Dr. McDonald plus that advanced life support ambulance plus all the medical equipment, you have one of the only advanced life support ambulances in the country, because you would have met all three criteria. The state of events in Jamaica, and when I say events, I mean real events, is a challenge. We do thousands of sporting events, social events, and we have home medical emergencies in Jamaica per year. And guess what? Over 60% of them do not utilize ambulance services any at all. You're supposed to get a permit for your event. That permit is supposed to ensure that an ambulance is present, and that permit is supposed to ensure that medical personnel is present. Yet still they continue to go on and on and on without that permission. Now, when you look at the state of ambulances in Jamaica, there are 40 functional ambulances in the public sector. 40. Which means when you look in the 14 parishes, and when I say public, I mean in hospitals, fire services, and police. 40 functional, which means most of them PS is not working. They're down. When you look at the private ambulance services, there are about 53 legally registered. Legally registered means passed by the Ministry of Health and registered with company's office. If it's more than that, then it means they are not legally registered. That's 93 ambulances. 93 ambulances. That's certainly not enough for a country with thousands of events. And so, we have a state of emergency. You know why? Because 96% of all the ambulances in Jamaica do not meet the criteria for advanced life support. Where are we? I remember I had a dream in 2009. And the dream, Prof, was that I wanted to create an ambulance service, in a country without ambulance services that had advanced life support. And I remember I took the paper to a colleague of mine, a senior colleague, has been practicing from before I was born, I think. Yes. Yes, because he was practicing for about 30 odd years, yes. And the gentleman looked at me, Dr. Wallace, and he said, McDonald, this is rubbish. The people in Jamaica are not going to use ambulance. They're going to put people in cars and transport them to the hospital. This will never happen. And he took the proposal I had and he threw it off his desk on the ground and said, go and go learn to use your stethoscope and cut out the foolishness about ambulance service. And I remember taking the same proposal to my sister and brother. And I sat with them and I said to them, you know what? After that lady died, our neighbor, I said to them, I want to create an ambulance service. And I remember my sister said to me, but of course that is excellent, it can work. And she, myself, and my brother sat down and we said, yeah, but based on the state of this country, if we're going to create an ambulance service, we want one that people can be sure that it will get there on time. Because the lady who died never had one to save her life. And it was a conference call, I remember, between myself, my sister, and my brother. And we came up with short-time emergency medical services in 2009. And you know what? The staff of short time has been so supportive that that dream, on the same day, September 20, 2016, when Dominic James died, short-time emergency medical services was at the match between Holy Trinity and Charlie Smith. Dr. McDonald, myself, PS, was on the sideline. The goalkeeper for Charlie Smith was elbowed in his head, knocked out, unconscious. Was not breathing at all. As a matter of fact, everybody thought he was dead. Same day, it was a 3 o'clock match, similarly to the same 3 o'clock match that was being played at Stadium East. As a matter of fact, we have reason to believe that both players would have been injured and collapsed at the same time. We ran out with our stretchers, oxygen, backboard, defibrillators, and we attended to the Charlie Smith player. That match stopped for about 15 minutes before we got something out of that Charlie Smith player. We had him on the ground, we revived him. And we were able to initiate advanced life support on the field while the referee, the coaches, I saw everybody run together. There was no Holy Trinity, no Charlie Smith, because everybody was around that player at that time. I saw unity for an unresponsive player. Both coaches wondering if this man is going to live. But we revived him, we transferred him to KPH, and he played Manning Cup the next year. The difference, that player lived. And if you remembered what happened on TV for the next 3 weeks, Short Time would have been featured in primetime news every single night to show the difference between what happened at the Stadium East match versus what happened at the Charlie Smith match. A dream in 2009 is now a reality in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, short-time emergency medical services is the only, and I say it with pride, is the only ambulance service in Jamaica that has certified advanced life support ambulances. No other company has that. And the Ministry of Health said to us that, look, you're the only one licensed like that. And this is why 96% of all the other ambulances are not. We're the only one that meets the global standards. And so we're the only one who can carry the advanced life support sign that you see on the side of the ambulance. You'll see it on no other ambulance service because they're not allowed to use it. Because we're the only one who would have met all three criterias. And therefore, if you want to talk about innovations, then SureTime wants to bring advanced life support to the tourism sector because it's present nowhere else. We want to bring it to a sector that not only needs it, but we want to ensure that it is there when it is needed, and we want to ensure that it is there in a timely manner, because time is critical for a life to be saved. There is something called the golden hour, you see. It's a very important thing to note, because when somebody collapses, usually what we realize is that the first 20 minutes is spent activating the emergency medical services. When Arif Cooper collapsed and the EMT gave her testimony on RGR, Arif Cooper was on the ground for up to 35 minutes, Dr. Wallace. And he wasn't dead yet. He was moved after 35 minutes in the back of a van to Andrews Hospital. 35 minutes. On average, we believe that people take about 20 minutes before the emergency medical services are activated. So they play around with the person on the ground before they call. When every 10-minute delay is associated with, should be associated with, a 6% increase in either a poor outcome or a severe disability. And that is the critical thing that we want to understand. And on average, people are taking 20 minutes. The next 10 minutes should be that the ambulance service should be there, should package the patient, should take them up, treat them, and they use about 30 minutes to transport them to the hospital. That's what this golden hour is about. And I tell you something, for the persons who died, the golden hour was stretched out. And we know that the longer that time is, the greater the chance of people dying. Here is what I would love to change in my ambulance services, Garth. When people call, the first couple of minutes are spent sorting out methods of payment because it's a private company. So somebody call, and persons call you when they have a medical emergency, Prof, and nobody thinks about how they're going to pay for it. They have a medical emergency, so they call you first. And when the dispatcher asks, ma'am, how are you going to pay? That's the first time they think, oh my God, I actually need to pay for this thing? And so they spend time scrambling around to find out how they're going to pay for it. And if I could erase that bit out of the whole picture, I would. But guess what? We have now found an innovative way to give the health and wellness division of tourism peace of mind. How are we going to do that? Because we have come up with a plan to allow people to just pre-sign once a year your intentions. P.S. Whether it's for your mother, whether it's for your house, whether it's for the Ministry of Tourism, whether it's for the event you have here, you just pre-sign once a year and say, look, my mother lives at 64 Knutsford Boulevard. Her name is Carol Rose Brown. And you prepare short time for Carol Rose Brown's eventuality. Because it is appointed unto man one day that something must happen. I won't say the PS because next thing I get. But you pre-sign once. This takes out, all you do is pre-sign, so it takes out that payment issue out of the question. So an ambulance emergency response occurs, and you can decide. You can give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. So it happens without persons having to tell the telephone operator that we need to talk about payment. So the dispatch happens within 60 seconds. And you can decide whether you want a basic life support ambulance, which we have some, or advanced life support ambulance response, because you would have settled that a long time ago. I don't know where my sister is, but I believe she was in a meeting at her office when I got a call. You see, this is why it is good to have Dr. Shore online now. I got a call through my system that my mother, who lives in Clarendon, collapsed in Maypen Market. Dropped down. And the person at the other end said, your son? I said, yes. You're the doctor? And I said, yes. She said, boy, we don't know if your mother is breathing at all, but she's not responding. And I was able to say, put her on her left side. I want to teach you a little medical concept. You have an unresponsive person who never had any trauma to their neck, and even if they did, we're thinking about the life, and we're thinking about the C-spine later, especially if they have a seizure, if they're not breathing. Put them on the left side. I was able to say to them, put her on the left side so that all the secretions and anything that is draining out of her mouth will drain out, as opposed to going down in her lungs and killing her. And they put her on the left side. And they said, Doc, should we take her to the doctor? Should we put her in a car? And I said, okay, if you want to take her to the doctor in Maypen, keep her on her left side in the back of a car, which is what they did. There was an ambulance of mine that was on the road, and I was able to say to them, make your way immediately to Maypen, Clarendon, Cyrene, move fast. And you have to understand that this is probably not available for the common person. You see why I want to make it available for the common person, Doc? Because the ambulance got there and they were able to do advanced life support stuff. We were able to set up IV. We were able to put on oxygen. We were able to do all that was needed, and she was whisked back into Kingston. She was admitted at our facility. By the time she got there, we had how many doctors waiting to see her, but the bottom of the pot is that she's walking around again. You can clap her, she's living. This is the peace of mind that you have when you're able to use medical technology and innovation and advanced life support prearranged to support you and your loved one. And therefore, our medical innovation plan that you need to ask about today is called the Short-Time Lifeline Plan. That is what you want to have signed up. That's the card you want got in your pocket so you can have peace of mind. God bless you and have a good day.
Wow, incredible. Thank you so much, Dr. McDonald, for following your calling and manifesting that vision and saving lives because of it. And you know, we want to be, of course, encouraging tourists to come to Jamaica for health and wellness and fitness, but we have to make sure that they're safe should anything happen. So thank you so much for that. All right, we are going to move on to our official welcome by Dr. Kerry Wallace, the Executive Director of Tourism Enhancement Fund. Please help me welcome him to the stage.
We just cheer them.
Good morning, everyone. I must commend you all for your resilience. As you know, it's a very important topic in the Ministry of Tourism, so much so that our ministers, along with Professor Lloyd Waller and the team, have formed the Global Tourism and Resilience Crisis Management Center that has branches all over the world. But I'm commending you for your resilience today because there are so many reasons that could have blocked our path from being here today. We've had a state of emergency here, and Dr. McDonald made us know that there's another state of emergency based on the numbers in the emergency area. We've also had bomb threats last week. This morning we had a earthquake scare. You saw that? But thankfully that was false. We also had severe weather warnings. Schools are closed today. In fact, it's affected our turnout a bit because a lot of the tertiary students who would have attended are not able to be here. Still, you are here, and I just wanted to point that out and commend you for it. And again, thanks to digital technology, we're able to also stream online to the audiences at their homes, watching us via YouTube and other social media platforms. So we are here on day 2 of the 5th staging of the annual Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. And the whole idea is to bring together the outstanding stakeholders that you are, the thought leaders that you are in this field, to ensure that we convert the enormous potential that Jamaica has in the health and wellness arena to where we are starring the show in terms of our impact on the planet, starring the show in terms of our arrivals, or tourism arrivals that are coming specifically for health and wellness experiences. We believe that we already have the ingredients here, starting with the most beautiful country on the planet. Starting with the most beautiful country on the planet. And if you ever doubted our first visitor to Jamaica, Christopher Columbus, he said Jamaica was the fairest isle the eyes of man has ever beheld. The first visitor. Martin Luther King said, when he came here and he took a deep breath, He said, when I come to Jamaica, I feel alive. Errol Flynn, who wrote the James Bond series, when he came to Jamaica and took a deep breath, he said, now I know where they got the concept of paradise in the Bible. Whoopi Goldberg's character in the movie, How Stella Got Her Groove Back, when she came to Jamaica and took a deep breath, she said, God's here. More currently, Burna Boy is on tour, touring the Caribbean, doing concerts. And he gets to Jamaica and took a deep breath. And he cancels the rest of his tour. Stays in Jamaica extra few weeks and buys property in Jamaica. This is not an ordinary place. On top of it, we would have learned over yesterday, and we will learn more today, of the enormous natural ingredients that we have that have medicinal properties, bioactive properties, that we will learn about the mineral spas and the natural resources that we have, that as a people, as stakeholders, when we continue to transform those into health and wellness value-added products and services, we can make every Jamaican wealthy. That's the opportunity we have. Enough ingredients to bake a pie that's so big that every Jamaican has a very nice, chunky slice. So that is why we're here. And so we may think that we're building our own individual businesses, right? Andre, very well. Dr. McDonald. But really, we are contributing to an ecosystem, to a nation, to a country that becomes more attractive on the global stage. You see, tourism is not an ordinary industry. It is the industry that is growing the fastest on the planet. Meaning there will come a day where it is the #1 industry in the world. The projection is that, well, right now we have about 1.4 billion people traveling. The projection is that by 2050 we'll have another 1 billion added to that. So that's the trajectory of growth of tourism. So compare that industry to other industries: oil, banking and finance, commodities, gold, diamond even. Tourism is going to be the #1. And Jamaica has the ingredients to be the #1 tourism destination in the world. We have mentioned the natural beauty already. We have the natural resources. We have the culture. We have the gastronomy. And we have this amazing set of people that just make people love us. So what we're doing here is bigger than ourselves. It's something that will transform the country, and for generations to come that will benefit from it. So I want you to go into your presentations, go into your businesses, your development, your innovation, with that kind of eye, that kind of vision, that in a few years people are going to be talking about you like the legends that you are in the making. Now we have a great lineup today. We have the Digital Health and Wellness Traveler panel. We have fitness focus as well. We're going to look at the interconnection between agricultural linkages and wellness tourism. We're going to look at the blue pathway: more inclusiveness, more sustainability, more resilience. And the whole theme, the blue ocean revolution, the idea is that we're moving away from that island thinking that innovation must be done elsewhere. Some other country must come up with a new product and a new way of doing things, and we are the great importers and distributors of products, which is how Jamaica has kind of evolved over the years. We're transforming to where we have the audacity, we have the confidence to innovate ourselves, to be the one creating products that the rest of the world is going to buy. Let us start creating some millionaires and billionaires here from innovation that we have generated. And that's the opportunity we have. No excuses anymore. We have all the information that we need because of technology. You just go on our phones. Before I came up, I went on my ChatGPT and I typed in 3 jokes I can use at a Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. And to be honest, they weren't good enough for me to use them. I must disappoint you. I'm trying to remember one of them said, when you come to Jamaica, sorry, it's not funny at all, so I don't want to say it. Long story short is that you can get information. When I went to school, and I'm going to date myself, you had to go to a library. You had to pull out what you call an encyclopedia. The young people here might not know what that is. To read up and to get information. Now you have all the access to information. Now with technology, you can collaborate with people all over the world. Now with technology, you can have transactions online, you can share your content, you can communicate with the customer directly rather than having to go through middle people, travel agents, tour operators, those kind of things. You can communicate directly. So really sitting on the gems, sitting with all the ingredients, all the resources here, and having the access, the opportunity to convert them, the information, the resources, we really don't have any excuse. I believe when we become a first world nation here in Jamaica, the rest of the world is just going to say, well, you guys had everything you needed already. You had a beautiful country, you had all the natural and cultural resources. I'm surprised you're just getting there now. That's probably what they're going to say, because we have it all. And so conferences like these are the way that we harness all these brilliant minds to bring them together, to come up with innovations, with solutions, to share best practices for us to achieve those goals. So for that, again, I want to commend you. Thanks everybody who's helped to put it together. And I want to wish you a great second day. Let me close by just congratulating all the awardees who won awards at the inaugural Excellence in Health and Wellness Tourism yesterday evening at a great event that we had next door. So congrats, thanks, and all the best.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. All right, we are moving into our first panel of the morning, and this discussion is on digital health and wellness care. All right, so I'm going to take the time to introduce our esteemed moderator, Professor Lloyd Waller, CD, Professor of Digital Transformation Policy and Governance, UWI. Professor Waller is a highly respected academic who holds the position of Professor of Digital Transformation Policy and Governance at the University of the West Indies. Over the past decade, Professor Waller has made significant contributions to the academic world with over 100 publications to his name. These publications cover a wide range of topics, including digital transformation, ICT for development, tourism resilience, research methods, electronic governance, and innovations in governance. In addition to his academic work, Professor Waller has been involved in managing various research projects at the local, regional, and international levels within his areas of expertise. He also holds important roles on national, regional, and international committees and boards, Notably, he serves as the Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center and holds the position of Senior Advisor to the Minister of Tourism in Jamaica. Please help me welcome Professor Lloyd Waller to the stage.
Roach, my dear. All protocols observed, and I'm going to kindly ask the panelists to make their way to the stage.
I'm going to leave my bag right here.
Though digital technologies, and digital health in particular, defined here as the use of digital technologies in the use of the health sector, has been around for decades. The realities are that the COVID-19 pandemic helped to normalize these technologies. In the last 3 years in particular, there has been an explosion of the use, the development, and the management and distribution of digital health technologies around the world. In some instances, these technologies have also included or extended to medical health technologies. The two are quite distinct, but nevertheless interchangeable in some instances, and thus, even though we'll be talking about digital health and wellness, there are aspects of medical tourism and the use of digital technologies in medical tourism that may come up today. Today we have an esteemed set of panelists, most of whom I know quite well, and all of whom have contributed significantly to the digital health and wellness sector in the last 5 to 10 years in particular, in various capacities and in various spaces. And I'm very happy here to be a part of this particular discussion. In the interest of time, I think I left my bios, and thus I'm going to kindly ask each person to just introduce themselves. They will have 5 to 10 minutes to speak about the particular topic, which aspects of digital health and wellness or digital medical tourism they want to talk about, and also provide us with some updates about some of their initiatives, some of the activities, and some of the concerns that they may have in this space. Thank you very much. My name is Lloyd Waller, and I'm the moderator for this panel. Thank you. So I'll start with you, Dr. Wallace.
All right, thank you. So I got my phone and checked back the chat GPT. So here's a joke. They say laughter is the best medicine, but in Jamaica, it's probably jerk chicken. That's artificial intelligence. Some people laugh. All right, not so bad. So yes, thank you. And I do have a quick presentation. So as soon as it comes up, I will. There you go. Again, on the theme of us being a wellness leader, and that is our potential. So that's the growth that we're having in wellness tourism, the rapidly growing subsector of the tourism industry, meaning great opportunities for Jamaica. And here are the leading wellness destinations. The top 8 are European. Then you have Thailand, and then you have India. So in terms of the top 8, they think of a country like Jamaica with this incredible advantage of natural beauty, and I'll go through some of the other natural resources that we have that will give us an edge. I mean, the Milk River alone, the mineral spas that we have, give us an advantage over some of these other countries. I'm not sure how many of you know, but do you know that the Caribbean has the bluest waters in the world? Probably didn't know that. The bluest waters on the entire planet are in the Caribbean. We also have trends working in our favor. Whereas before the pandemic, they may not have thought that much about wellness tourism. All of a sudden, that has boomed post-pandemic. Now here Jamaica's, again, it almost seems like an unfair advantage over other countries. The 334 medicinal plants are growing in Jamaica. 193 are bioactive. 31 of these plants are endemic to Jamaica. Only in Jamaica you can find them. 60% of the world's medicinal herbs are grown in Jamaica. Remember the 190 countries, you would think, boy, it would be distributed evenly across the world. No, here we have 60% are grown here. And of course, we have the minerals baths and so on that give us an added advantage over many other countries. I mean, let me give you a comparison. Do you know that Cayman and Turks and Caicos don't even have one mountain? Not even one mountain. The highest point in Cayman is their landfill. How many mountains does Jamaica have? And remember, from mountains come the rivers and come the mineral spas and so on flowing out of it. We don't even know how many mountains we have. It's too many to count. So let me not say unfair, because that's a negative connotation. It's a phenomenal advantage that we have as a country, that we are sitting on as a people. Some more advantages: turmeric, one of the best in the world, or ginger, one of the strongest in the world, moringa, one of the richest in the world, soursop, neem, aloe vera, extremely potent. I haven't even gone into coffee and black castor oil and so on. Or Milk River bath, rated 4th most radioactive mineral bath in the world. And the therapeutic composition, not only does it have hot water, it has cold water. And so I'm focusing on the outstanding advantages we have to encourage you to see the potential and to then realize that we also, in the year 2023, where we have the revolution of digital technology, it now provides us the advantage of converting that asset into wealth for the people. So here we are, the technology that has come out that has now provided a lot of access. It's not just places locked up in the bush now. It's not just people guessing and checking and searching and researching. It's instant data that you can have from your phone apps. I use Strava. I have a Garmin watch. When I run, I can see how much calories I burnt. I can see how much the distance I covered. I can chat with other groups. So the peer pressure keeps me motivated and keeps me going. Those are advantages that we have that the technology now provides, but there's more. In Austria, for instance, you notice that they came out #1 in the wellness areas. They have apps that guide you to all the offerings that they have. So you download the app and you can know exactly where each of the spas are, each of the spa services are, each of the wellness activities are, the yoga sessions. They even can track your personal patterns to then target and create and collate bespoke activities around your particular desires. In marketing, they say social media allows you to have a customer of one. So you are mass marketing, but because you're using artificial intelligence, you are, by the time it comes through that filter to the customer feels like you know them and you are talking to them directly, personally. And so how can we convert that to a visitor of one when it comes on to our health and wellness services? So I know I'm on the platform with a lot more techie guys than myself, but I've hopefully kind of set the stage and given a kind of global picture of the potential, what some of the other countries are doing in terms of their digital investments in health and wellness tourism. And I'll just probably stop there in the interest of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I look forward to us making Jamaica a wellness leader.
Thank you very much. All right, so now I'm going to ask Mr. Atif Ennis to just introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then comment on the topic itself.
Awesome. All right, so good morning, everybody. My name is Atif Ennis. I'm the CEO and Chief Digital Officer for MTE Group. MTE is a leading health informatics company. We're based in the US. We have a small footprint here in Jamaica. We're doing a lot of work with some of the multilateral agencies and the UN in East and West Africa, predominantly in Kenya and Zimbabwe. Technology has become more and more immersed in our everyday life, and our health has not escaped it. As a matter of fact, the paradox that we find is part of the wellness journey and part of the pitch for some of the leading wellness destinations in the world, which Jamaica obviously is well positioned to become a part of that elite group, is that when you come, there is a focus on digital detox, where you're now focused on mind, body, and soul. You're now focused on rejuvenation. You're focused on diet. You're focused on exercise. You're focused on connection with nature. So there isn't a lot of room in that space, in that wellness space, for you to be utilizing a device, for example. However, where technology enables that kind of environment is in utilizing all the different tools and functionality that exist to create that atmosphere, to market that atmosphere, to present that in a way that it becomes attractive to you. And in most instances, we're actually struggling or we misrepresent health and wellness tourism with medical tourism, which they're radically different. One is proactive health and wellness, this is more proactive. Medical tourism is more reactive. You're doing an elective procedure, so a lot of people travel to different parts of the world to get it done because the price is better or the quality and standard of care is better. So people will travel to Mexico, for example, to do certain surgeries. People will travel to the Dominican Republic to do certain surgeries. People will travel to Costa Rica to get certain procedures done because, again, it benefits you to do that. However, on the wellness side, you're now going to, and Kerry mentioned some of those places, but for example, Europe is far ahead. But you have Indonesia and Thailand that they've managed, especially in Bali in Indonesia, and places like Phuket in Thailand, where they've actually married their gastronomy attributes with creating a wellness environment that gives you that immersive experience when you go there as a tourist. And I've had the privilege of going to some of these places, and it's quite mind-boggling. When you come back, you feel as if you're rejuvenated and ready to take on the world. So what we have done at MTE and successfully navigated is we have actually developed a plethora of tools that looks at behavioral patterns, your entire lifestyle journey, your entire digital journey. And we basically utilize machine learning tools, what is commonly called AI, to develop a framework that allows you to identify what is the best thing that suits your kind of rejuvenation and the kind of experience that you're looking for. And we present it to you in a way that allows you to feel as if you did all the work. You know, so it's looking at an entire footprint or your digital journey and looking at your likes, your dislikes, looking at what are some of the things that you enjoy doing, looking at some of the aspirational things that you want to do, and presenting it in a way to say, here's somewhere that ideally fits everything that you want. And when you're able to do that, by the way, if you go there and something happens, God forbid you get sick and you need to communicate with a doctor, here's a platform, a telemedicine platform that you can actually interact with a clinician and actually get remote support from that service. So we're seeing where there is almost this intertwining of technology enabling a kind of wellness living, giving you all of the tools, giving you the foundation, giving you all of the practicalities without you having to go out and do all of the research on your own. And I think if we're able to navigate this very thin balance, Jamaica, just by its natural attributes, just by where we're located, just by the friendliness of our people. We can find our why, identify what our unique selling points are, and then use technology to amplify that to the world so that we can start taking advantage of what is estimated to become an $8.5 trillion industry in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ennis. And just to put in a plug that Mr. Ennis is one of our senior research fellow at the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center with specific responsibilities regarding digitalization, tourism, and innovation in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm now going to ask Mr. Reed to introduce himself and tell us a bit about his company and the topic itself and how he has his experiences with regard to health and wellness tourism within the digital space. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Prof. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Again, I'm Aldane Reed, and I run a team of people. First Responders Technology Limited is a software development firm, and we focus primarily on two key areas. We build platforms and we provide solutions for industry, and we're focused a lot on tourism. And we also focus on data privacy, which is something that I think is a part of this discussion and something that is increasingly becoming topical with the impending Jamaica Data Protection Act that comes in force on December 1st. We are very clear that digital is not a buzzword. I mean, in the travel space, digital, by its very nature, is something that is expected by travelers in modern society. And so a conversation like this is important because I believe this will underscore some of the areas where we can take advantage of digital as far as how we can ensure that this health and wellness conversation becomes more real, becomes something that persons can find tangible benefits from. I'll just quickly show a video of what my service within this space looks like. It's a travel safety application which we're actually launching, or we have launched. We're actually a part of Professor Waller's global GTRCMC, the Global Center for Resilience. And so we're very proud to be here to sort of showcase what we've been doing in this space and, of course, contribute to this discussion in a broader way.
Preparing for a trip sometimes can be the worst. From the exhaustive search to find your best deal on your tickets, to ensuring that you pack exactly the right stuff you'll need for the journey, to just simply making it to the airport on time. The last thing you need to be worried about is that dreaded what-if moment that so often appears when you least expect it. What if my rental car gets a flat tire? What if I sprain my ankle on that mountain hike? What if I encounter a terrible bout of food allergy at the hotel? What if you didn't have to worry about the unexpected whatsoever? What if all the help you could ever need was right in the palm of your hands? Introducing First Alert, the award-winning global travel safety app that caters to your critical emergency needs wherever in the world you travel. The First Alert app connects you instantly to our 24-hour emergency response center should any difficulty arise while you're out and about. Our trained EMT professionals are always on hand to keep you connected with medical dispatch, personal security, and roadside assistance when it matters most. Supported by our state-of-the-art feature-rich platform, including live video calling and real-time location mapping, your critical needs are instantly met by our team with a commitment to providing the most professional medical care, along with a quick emergency response dispatch service to your exact location. And while we're resolving your issues, our team will let your loved ones know that you're in safe hands. About that flat tire on your rental car, that food allergy, we've got you covered. Our team is on standby to get you the help you need wherever you roam. Protect yourself and your loved ones all year round, and embrace the joys of travel with the confidence that First Alert is on your side and always ready to serve you. First Alert, explore safely.
Okay, thank you. So without going into detail, because this is not about First Alert, I just wanted to show in real terms what we've been working on. And we've really seen where there's been an embrace in terms of what this is trying to do, certainly within the Jamaican space, but it's a global product. We've gotten a national award for this product from the Ministry of Technology, and we just more recently won another award that I'm heading out to Africa to collect. I can't speak on it at this point. But I mean, it's something that we believe is important. I mean, the previous presentation by Dr. McDonald that underscored the importance of being able to reach someone if there's an issue. I think what this does, it sort of connects right into where he is in terms of providing the transportation services. If you have an application on your phone that you can simply reach someone at a moment's notice, you can understand how important that could be in terms of saving lives. And so we feel through technology, we can in fact make a big difference as far as saving lives. The application also integrates telemedicine as well. So if you're a traveler somewhere in a hotel at 3 a.m. in the morning and requires some sort of intervention medically, we have the ability to be able to connect you to a doctor as well. So think of us like an emergency concierge service. So we're not providing the specific services ourselves, but we're getting you to someone who is fully trained, American Heart Association certified, that can actually take that call, manage the situation, just like a concierge, and dispatch those services wherever you are. So in the case of Jamaica, we're calling Dr. McDonald and his set of resources to get to that location that you need to get to, whether it's a hospital or a doctor, right? And so digital healthcare is a given. I think in 2023 is no longer a conversation about what is nice to do. I think most travelers are traveling with their phones. They have roaming plans. They buy local SIM cards as they land at the airport. And so we as a country must embrace this idea that digital health can advance us and can make us look better, but also be better. Because again, if we can provide that assurance to our travelers and to ourselves as our citizens, that there are digital tools that you can avail yourselves of, then I think we all will be winning. And so, you know, I obviously again want to congratulate the Ministry of TEF and the rest of the partners to having put on a conversation like this, because I think it's super important that we bring that word out there that digital is no longer just something nice to do. I think it's something that we are here. It is here. Sorry, and we must be ready to embrace it in a very real way. And so thank you, and I look forward to contributing to the conversation.
Thank you very much. And just to also state that First Alert is a partner with the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. We had identified 10 companies that provide digital services that we thought would be the 10 big companies in the next 5 to 10 years. And the direction with which First Alert has been going and the awards that they have been winning in the last couple of weeks is a clear indication that we definitely made the best choice. Thank you again, Mr. Reed. We now have Dr. Maxwell, who you can just introduce yourself and just tell us a bit about this topic and your concerns.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all. So my area of expertise is gender and public policy, and I think by the very makeup of this panel, it shows that women must always be included in any discussion on health and wellness. But I want to thank Professor Waller and Minister Bartlett in his absence, because they have always ensured that gender remains a central focus in discussions around tourism and health and wellness. So I just want to raise a few important points that we need to look at when we're talking about issues of digital health and wellness. The first thing is, of course, the importance of sex disaggregated data, because we know, of course, that women have particular sexual and reproductive health needs. And so when we're beginning to think about how we are managing, how we are encompassing digital health, how is it that we are focusing specifically on the needs of men and women very, very differently. And one of my areas of research looks at the issue of, in particular, of policy. And I think one of the things that COVID has shown us is that healthcare has to be preventative, not reactionary. And as we continue to evolve, we are actually still in the pandemic, as we know, we have to begin to see the ways in which we can ensure that health and our, in particular our public policy healthcare remains accessible to women, to men, to those in the rural areas, to those who suffer from specific diseases. And so I'm very pleased to be seeing the many wonderful things that Jamaica has embarked on in the area of digital health and wellness. A lot of this, I notice, however, focuses on issues around technology. And one of the things we need to think about is the accessibility of technology for persons in different areas. So it's something that we is continuing to evolve, but something that we need to continue to look into.
Can you just take a couple from? Can you just
so
take a
how do
couple
we
for me
focus
from different
on
directions?
some of the things that women are in particular need, and how is health and wellness able to respond to that? And so I will encourage my colleagues here, since I am an academic, but I will encourage my colleagues here to begin to think of that and the ways in which we can expand those areas. So that's it for now, Prof.
Thank you very much. So we have some time for some questions, but I have some questions that I have to ask. And of course, as Dr. Maxwell did say, and just to also state that Dr. Maxwell is our Gender Inclusion Resilience Senior Research Fellow at the GTR-CMC. But as Dr. Maxwell did say, the GTR-CMC ensures that whatever we do, there is a gender component. In instances that we don't, I get a phone call from Dr. Maxwell to ask, why is it that there is no gender component? So I think I'm going to throw a question out to everybody, a first question, and I want to have some individual questions as well. I think the most critical question that I think a lot of persons who are watching would want to ask is, what are the opportunities in the health, wellness, telemedicine space for individuals? How can they get in the sector? How can they get in the space? What gaps exist? What opportunities exist for someone, one of the students who are perhaps watching online, or someone here who wants to move into that particular multi-billion-dollar industry? So I'm just throwing it out to everyone about some ideas. All right, before we go there, my apologies, we actually have one more presenter. On Zoom, apologies, sir, I didn't even realize that you were online. So I'm going to ask the audiovisual team if they can just put the presenter online, please. I think we have Dr. Bowen as the fifth panelist presenter. Dr. Bowen? Okay, no Dr. Bowen? All right, fine. So I'm going to throw out the question to you again. What opportunities exist? Someone wanting to get into this multi-billion-dollar space, how can they start? Which sector do you think is or subsector do you think is the best place? Where's the best place to start? What do you think persons can jump in?
Well, the good news is that the Ministry of Tourism, or Minister of Tourism has that great vision of supporting health and wellness development in Jamaica, so much so that one of the networks in the tourism linkages network is health and wellness. And there are many programs that they have had to facilitate the development of our own Jamaicans who are in that space or are looking to get into that space in order to build them up, from sensitization sessions to technical training and services. So for instance, somebody who has a mom and pop formula, bush medicine, we call it in Jamaica, and they wanted to take it to commercialization. We have had multiple workshops partnering with the Bureau of Standards in Jamaica, partnering with the Scientific Research Council, partnering with expert consultants who guide them on how to take it to the level where it can become a commercial product with the kind of packaging, the kind of production that ensures that the standards are met, and it can be consumed. Because we're in the Ministry of Tourism, obviously we're trying to steer a lot of the development towards supplying the tourism demands, all the spa products and so on that tourism in Jamaica needs. But the idea is to build out these innovators and producers to get to the level where they are exporting and they have products that the entire globe needs. So 66 million was pumped into the health and wellness network alone for all these programs. In fact, including all the 5 health and wellness conferences that we've had. We've also pumped 1 billion into the EXIM facility for subsidized loans to SMTEs, small and medium tourism enterprises, who, if you have an operation and you want to scale it up, that's where you go to get the kind of funding support to get you to the high commercial levels. We also have a tourism innovation incubator that was launched 2 years ago. And that is when you don't have a business yet, all you have is an idea. And this incubator takes you through what we call the Lean Canvas program, where it tests your product, checks if it's out there already. It brings you through the rigors of making sure that your product has commercial viability. And that we had the first cohort that, coming to an end. They're doing their pitch presentation on December 5th to investors having proven that their products are viable to take it to the next level. So the Ministry of Tourism and TEF and the Linkages Network, I mean, we were all working tirelessly. It's not just seeing the potential, but it's investing in you Jamaicans to convert this potential into value that can not just create a better tourism offering to the world, but to also enrich ourselves as we deserve.
Awesome. 79% of the persons who travel, and this is of the 1.5 billion, so that's over a billion people, 1.2 billion of those, say that health and wellness is an integral part of why they travel. But there are a number of specialized areas that are going up now that lends itself to economic opportunities for persons who want to get into the space. So for example, I was having a discussion with a gentleman yesterday who was at a conference. He has 2 tree houses. So he actually constructed 2 cabins with a tree going through either of them using logs as the base. And the design was quite unique, and it has an eclectic spirit about it, and has over 90% occupancy rate every single month from that kind of activity. So I think for young people who want to get into the space, you have to define which segment of the space do you want to get into. Do you want to get into providing a particular experiential service? If you want to get into the digital side of it, there are a number of opportunities that present themselves that you can actually take advantage of. And it's not like before where you have to now go to get 5 degrees, and I'm not advocating for people to not go and get educated because it's extremely important. What I'm saying is the pace at which you can absorb knowledge is much faster. So for example, in this space, AR, augmented reality, mixed reality, plays a critical role in learning development. So for persons who want to get into the space and want to create a service in this digital space, you can actually be certified in 9 months in one of these particular areas, develop an app or join a team like myself or Aldane's team, gain some experience, and then you can go out on your own and create a service, carve out a service that would be beneficial for persons who are traveling to make their lives easier. COVID has created this accelerator, and there's a common saying, you never let a good crisis go to waste. Coming out of COVID, one of the fundamental lessons that it taught us is that the pace at which we can get things done. And post-COVID, you're seeing so many innovations take place, and their time to value from concept to getting it to the customer is much faster. So you now have a captive audience, 1.5 billion travelers, another billion in the next 5 years. So you have a captive audience, so that's your demand generation is there. And these people want services. When they come, they want to experience the culture. They want to experience the unique nature of what Jamaica has to offer. You now can just look into which area best suits my skill sets and start to align with that. And once you're able to conceptualize an idea, there are enough operational support mechanisms in place that will help you to build operational capacity, to access capital to be able to do this, and to also go and become very successful in this space. So I think for young people, there is a great opportunity now, if you want to be an entrepreneur, to start to look seriously into where do I fit best into this space, and start to develop your skill sets along that line, get a good mentor, and start to develop your business plan around that. Participate in forums such as this, become a part of the JBDC or the Small Business Association, some of those umbrella groups that have tremendous marketing collateral that can support you, and then start to build your own operational capacity from there. And I mean, from there, the sky's the limit, you know.
All right, I'll ask Mr. Reed and then Dr. Maxwell, and then after we have Mr. Bowen, we'll ask him to do his presentation, and then we can wrap up.
Sure.
Mr. Reed?
Right. When the conversation comes up about technology, I think many people are lost and sort of feel, almost left out, because there's a sense of fear when, we hear about, you need to be a part of the digital space, and people kind of get lost in terms of, how do I become a part of it? I mean, Ativ has a big team of people who work with him, and again, as you mentioned, I have a team of about 30 people, data scientists, software developers. The average person who wants to participate, it would be very unfair to suggest that you have to sort of get to a particular level before you can participate. I feel that at this point, everyone here could in fact find a way to participate, and I can illustrate to you how, how I've seen it work. Now, health, if you think about health, you think about food, right? And I'm someone who is fascinated by, different kinds of foods in terms of, on the healthier side. And I went into the Airbnb experiences, and I found a guy, he's a regular guy, he's Rastafarian, who offers a food tour for, I don't want to say vegan food, but like, ITIL food. Mm-hmm. It's an ITIL tour, thank you. Mm-hmm. And when I went on the tour, this guy set up his Airbnb page. And the first thing that struck me was that he had tons of 5-star ratings. People were saying great things. I got to a point in White River, Ocho Rios, and then he took me down to it was a group of people. He took us down to a river. We walked through a bush and went down to a river, which I didn't even realize. I drive past that place. In fact, I'm from very near that White River. And I never knew that there was a whole world down in a bush that we walked down. The point I'm making is that this guy is doing extremely well. He's always overbooked. And again, I wouldn't imagine that he's any sort of software guy or any sort of tech guy. He's just a guy who had a service and used an existing platform which is free to use, and he was able to deploy that in a way that people from all over the world would come and access his services. In the same way, as Atif says, these 1 billion people that are traveling are all expecting to find someone if they want something. So whether it's something I want to get done, whether it's a spa treatment, outside of the formal services, if you want something more cultural, for example, or something more on the ground, something like a real Jamaican experience, the first thing I would say is you would set something up, start somewhere, have a service that you can start, and then secondly, get online. How do you get online? You set up a Google account. Persons are more than likely will be searching for Google. They're in Montego Bay here, and they may want to know, ITIL services, near me. And at least you're in the race if you at least have a Google page. That's free to do. And of course, social media goes without saying. put up a page and put up at least 12 posts of something that you're doing. And I think, you know, if we sort of break down in simple terms how we can participate in this opportunity, it will sort of eliminate this idea that you know what, leave this to the tech guys. I don't want to be a part of it. I believe that persons are looking for real experiences. And I'm not, you know, obviously the major players who are doing well and continue to do well, you know, we celebrate that for the economy. But I think as individuals, some of whom perhaps are even here displaying their wares today, you know, are you online? Are you accessible? You know, how many people are going to be able to come to this event to come and see your booth? But there are persons who may want your services. And again, getting to a place where persons can access your services is by and large free. So there's no reason why we can't participate whatever services that we're offering in the realm of health and wellness. Because I know to set up what I did with this company is super expensive. The average person is simply not going to be able to do it without real strong resources and time. The time is now. The opportunity is now. I believe persons really need to just grab it by the scruff of the neck, get going, put an idea together, make it clean, make it nice, make it aesthetically pleasing, get online and start. Airbnb, for example, just one example, but you have others, already gives you a platform with millions of people that are looking for services. The guy I mentioned in the beginning is just a guy, and I had a conversation with him and I said, what is your experience with this thing? And he said, you know, it has transformed his life. He's now traveling across the world because, you know, a visitor or a group comes to Jamaica, they go on this tour down in White River, and they have roast breadfruit and all these other things. And then they say to him, could you visit us in the US? Could you visit us in Europe to replicate this in our family setting? These guys, of course, a lot of visitors are well out, they do have the money to spend. And so he's traveling all over the world now, taking his small tour and bringing it global. And this is because he just dared to go onto this platform and offer services. And so I would just say that, you know, this is something that we really must see as an opportunity. Don't see it as a high technology thing. See it as something that you can access here and now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to I want to switch up the response for you, Dr. Maxwell. We've been hearing a lot about the supply side, and it's quite obvious that a lot of the persons who are involved in the development of these technologies tend to be males. It's an unfortunate circumstance of the industry in terms of the persons who gravitate towards courses that help them to learn about technology. But we do know that when we shift or migrate these things online, that the same challenges that occur offline are transferred. And I think as an extension of the conversation in terms of what opportunities exist, perhaps I would like to ask you if you could give us some insights about what persons need to be mindful of when designing these programs and packaging these programs and rolling them out to the public. Some of the gender issues, the inclusion-related issues that they typically face in the health space that you think may have a significant impact in the digital health space.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Waller. So one of the things, as I mentioned earlier in my introduction, was that when we're thinking about technology, we have to look, of course, at accessibility. And one of the things we know statistics tell us is that this is unequal, not only in Jamaica, but across the world in terms of persons' access, particularly for young girls. And so one of the things we have to begin to look at as we develop and as we move forward in the digital space is how we can ensure accessibility for all, how we can ensure that the specific health and wellness needs of, as I said, young girls, women, specifically when we're looking at issues of sexual and reproductive health, how can we address those needs differently, looking at telemedicine, for instance. There are a lot of examples across the world, Thailand, Dominican Republic, Mexico, in areas of telemedicine, in areas of specific having to do with liposuction and other areas of cosmetic services, what are some of the gender concerns we've had? I think we have seen those publicly. And if Jamaica intends to become a niche market and intends to focus specifically on an area, how is it that we can ensure that this is offered safe, it is accessible, and it is, importantly, affordable for all persons? So that's one of the things that I said I want to see moving forward. For young people in particular, I want to say you are the future. Many of us here are a little more up in the game, shall we say, but you are the ones that we want to know from. We want to hear from you. What are some of the challenges you are facing? What are some of the things you want to see in terms of your own health and wellness? And how, therefore, can we respond to those? How can we assist to help to build you to continue to ensure that you can reach forward and become the newest generations in this emerging market?
Thank you very much.
There's an interesting, just one quick thing that I'd like to say, Dr. Maxwell.
Okay.
There's an interesting school of thought that actually comes to mind with what you just said, because I've thought about if we get 200 applications to our business, 99% are men. And it always struck me in a lot of those STEM programs that I look at that there's this imbalance. But what's interesting is there's almost this inverted, inverted utopic observation that I see where the consumers of a lot of the services that emanate from this technology, bariatric surgery, for example, are women. So I think from a social standpoint, we probably need to rebalance that to make sure that women are not just consumers of the outcomes, but they're also creators of what is going forward.
Which is why I said it's always important to ensure that women are a part of the discussion, and they're part of the discussion from the very, very beginning, so that when we are building out these technologies, we understand what are their specific needs, and we ensure that the technology suits those needs.
Yes.
Interesting. Certainly a topic worth exploring in the future when we look at this space. I'm now going to kindly ask Dr. Bowen if you can make your presentation. And, you know, in making the presentation, one of the things that I'd like you to also think about is what advice would you give to someone who may be interested in following in your footsteps in terms of entering into this particular digital health space as a part of the response. Dr. Bowen, over to you.
Sure. Thanks for having me again this year. My name is Dr. T. Bowen. I'm the founder and CEO of MD Link. That's the largest telemedicine company in the Caribbean space right now. What I want to do, I just want to touch back on what the excellent panelists were speaking about, and what I would add to that is that business is male-dominated. However, healthcare is now female-dominated. The doctors are all female, and I do believe that they will be getting more into the digital healthcare space very soon. The healthcare consumers or patients, 90% of healthcare decisions are made by the female in the household. So I think that kind of explains the demographics that we see in terms of digital health. What I wanted to speak about, when I founded MD-Link back in 2018, that was before the pandemic, and it was the perfect time for the pandemic to accelerate it. And what that did was put me in a space where I was forced to interact with tourists. So yes, I do know for sure that tourists do use digital health in Jamaica, in the Caribbean. We operate in a few islands throughout the Caribbean, and even those Caribbean tourists, when they come to Jamaica, they're going to look for digital healthcare, whether it be through my platform or through another platform. What we have noticed is a lot of the the tourists that came during the COVID pandemic, they were very quick to jump on board. That's what they were accustomed to. Digital healthcare was normal to them, and so they expected it, and they were able to acquire it during the pandemic while at the hotels, whether it be for testing or just simply telemedicine. So I think that points to show that, one, Jamaica is leading the space in the Caribbean region, and we are heading in the right direction. It's a lot easier to cater to first-world tourists that are more accepting of digital healthcare, and there are two main types of tourists. There's the actual medical tourist who comes to Jamaica for medical procedures, whether it be plastic surgery, even dental care. It's much more affordable in Jamaica. And one of the things we noticed is that Jamaica has not niched itself out properly in terms of medical procedures that it offers to the tourist. Yes, we do have affordable health care, but I mean, Dominican Republic is doing the plastic surgery. We have other islands doing the hair transplants, but Jamaica has not put itself on the map and honed in on one medical procedure that they can claim it's great to have done and you can recover on the beaches. It's a perfect place for medical tourism, actually. The other side of that is the tourist that wants to come to Jamaica just to have some fun. And like Mr. Alden was saying, they're going to need other services. Anything can happen. What if question? And hotels themselves need to be, well, anyone that is accommodating tourists needs to be able to provide their guests or their tourists with quick access to online healthcare, and that's where these digital health platforms come in. Again, on the vacation tourists, what they're looking for is fun, relaxation, the wellness spas. They're trying to recover, and that brings into another part of the healthcare tourism, which is the medical drugs per se. That's the cannabis and the psilocybin. And what we have noticed is that Jamaica is actually one of two places in the world where psilocybin is legal. It's going up and increasing in popularity for treatment of psychiatric conditions. And there is a retreat called One Retreat, recently started. It's doing tremendously well. And this is a different angle of healthcare that your Europeans and your Americans are coming to Jamaica for. We speak about cannabis, and most of the tourists, they're coming to Jamaica for cannabis. They want to be on the beach, see some cannabis, experience cannabis, but they need medical access, both places. Both the cannabis is medically regulated, legally in Jamaica, and therefore telemedicine comes into play there. You can see a doctor and get prescribed your medical cannabis. Same with psilocybin. There's the psychiatric counseling, psychotherapy part of it, and you have to actually counsel the patient, make sure the patient is mentally working through the psilocybin. And I think that's what that shows, is that Jamaica has niches that they are not as yet blowing up on in the health tourism industry. But I do think we're heading in the right direction. In terms of advice of what I would say to get into the digital healthcare business, I think Mr. Ennis said most of it correctly. You have to put yourself out there, get yourself on Google. There are a lot of different niches, whether it be Airbnb, tours, just like Mr. Alden said, there are a lot of different ways to get your foot in the ground. It's a lot easier now. Information is a lot more accessible. You can find answers to your questions on ChatGPT, just like our friend was saying earlier. And again, one of the important considerations with dealing with tourists is the litigation aspect, and you have to make sure your platform is protected legally from a legal standpoint and from a data protection standpoint. They're both tied in hand to hand. You have to make sure your data is encrypted, you have your firewalls up, no one can access that patient data. You have to appoint a data protection officer. All this has to be done within the next 13 days because December 1st it gets kicked into action, and anyone who's dealing with healthcare needs to be on top of their data protection game, and it's definitely needed in the tourism industry. So we have been working with hotels. We have more offerings coming up. We have evolved from more than just a telemedicine company. We're more of a digital health ecosystem. You can use our platform for a variety of things, whether it is you need a doctor to come to you, you need to see a doctor online right now. If you need medication delivered to you in your room, if you need a massage or you need a doctor to come to your room, we can do that. You can buy your medication, you can refill your prescriptions right from the platform, and we take it right to you. So we're still bringing healthcare to you, we're making it more convenient, and as an innovative healthcare company, we try to push the barrier. We look at what's happening outside with tourism in the other countries, how are they dealing with healthcare and tourism, and I think one of the next things we'll be going on is vending machines, smart vending machines, pharmaceutical smart vending machines, and again, it's to cater to the tourists and their needs when they travel in terms of they may have forgotten a medication, a medical illness may have popped up, food poisoning, whatever it is, we can get you treated, we can get you back to your vacation. And yes, I think that's the direction we'll be headed, and I think Jamaica is definitely in the right position to take advantage of all of this.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think we have, my handlers have informed me that we have time for 2 questions from the audience. So we're going to kindly ask if you have a question, please indicate. We'll take the mic to you. Please let us know your name and your organization affiliation in asking the question.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Walters. I'm the Executive Director of the Jamaica Conservation and Development Trust. Just want to say thanks to the panel for this discussion. I had one question. In the digital component of the health and wellness tourism industry, what do you think are the enabling conditions that need to be addressed to ensure success at all levels, from grassroots right up to the top? What are these things that we need to address to ensure success? Is it investment? Is it literacy? Is it training? What do you think it is?
Someone want to take that one?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, by the way. I think with everything else, Jamaica has to make a deliberate attempt to identify what kind of role we want to play and almost reverse engineer all the attributes that will allow us to be successful. So there has to be ownership at the government level, which is obvious that it's there. I mean, you have a pioneering Minister of Tourism that sometimes I confuse myself that he's actually Minister of Tourism based on his knowledge. And he's supported by tremendous leaders in the different agencies. So that platform is there. You have an enabling environment in terms of the regulatory framework to drive it. Jamaica has brand recognition globally, so we can leverage that brand equity to just kind of extend ourselves into those different areas. And we have a technology ecosystem that has emerged to become one of the leading developers in this region and certainly in the western part of the hemisphere, where we can now start to create digital evangelists, build that from the STEM programs coming out of the schools, with the tertiary institutions, make sure that the programs are aligned with those outcomes, and then start to create interest amongst our young people that this is a viable way for them to actually make a successful living. So I think once we're able to build that ecosystem properly and market it properly to our people, I think you'd start seeing a tremendous interest being generated around that. But it has to be very deliberate, very precise. It can't be a scattershot approach. It has to be that way, you know.
Thank you very much. May I invite Mr. Alain?
I think Atif is spot on. We do have a largely, I would say, an enabling environment. I think we have a great sort of ministry in terms of the minister and his team, really always talking about innovation. I don't think that there's a speech that you can find on the web that the minister has not mentioned the word innovation in his actual remarks. And so I think that's a good thing. So from the government level, there is that sort of clear statement that we are supporting innovation. And again, from the academic side, you know, schools, I mean, I would want to think that, I mean, increasingly you're finding more curricula, including these kinds of things. But I want to go back to the idea that, you know, there is this thought that the solutions are coming from the government and they're going to bestow upon us these ideas and this opportunity. I still believe that if we start where we are, we will be able to sort of meet the government where they are. And I also believe from the perspective of TEF or where you know, Dr. Wallace talked about the support that they're giving in terms of the initiatives and the funding, and of course GTR CMC that supports companies like ours in terms of getting out there and doing what we need to do. If we were not doing something, the GTR CMC would not have any conversation with us. And so the point is that we must start ourselves. I mean, there's this tendency to believe that, I mean, the government is going to do it for us. For technology, I think it's the one sector that we can do it for ourselves. And again, with an enabling environment that Atif spoke about, that sort of connection can be made if we just get ourselves together, get online, get a Google business page created, get us some social handles and get them up online and actually actively move in the space in terms of getting your businesses and your ideas out there, however simple they are, whether it's an ITIL tour or it is a spa or it's some food items that are unique. But I want to end by talking about the data protection side of it. And I think Dr. Boeing mentioned it in his presentation. December 1st, everyone here who could be considered a data controller, and that means if you run a business or an organization that collects data, whether it is email addresses or whether it is customers' information, credit cards, you're going to fall under this regime where the government will say, first of all, you have to register with the Office of Information Commission. So as of December 1st, if you're not registered, then you're outside of the law. And again, you know, I'm no big fan of these kinds of laws, but the fact is there is a reason for it, and if you look closely at why the government decided to put in this Jamaica Data Protection Act, it's not on its own volition, it's really a global move for countries to fall in line with how we deal with user data when we're managing it. And the tourism space is uniquely exposed because we are not only handling local data, we're also we're also handling data from people abroad. And so increasingly we're finding that governments like Jamaica are forced to implement these kinds of things. And so I'm making that point to say that once we get online with these businesses, we also must be thinking about how are we operating in terms of the Data Protection Act. And it's something I would definitely encourage everyone to take a look at. Just go into Google and type in Jamaica Data Protection Act, and you'll find lots of information. It applies to everyone. There are no exceptions. There's no wait and see. There are huge fines. There's incarceration if you don't pay. And it's something that, I mean, we in Jamaica, including myself, you know, let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it goes. We're not going to jump on it too early. But I think this is one of them that we've discovered that we must get in line and get in line very soon. So technology is important, but data protection is equally important. And so both two things are really intrinsically connected. And as I said earlier, we as a company are very much involved in data protection and helping companies in the health space and in the tourism space as well. And so we see from a first-hand view how important it is and how much work we have to do. But ultimately, based on the question being asked, that is no reason for us not to get involved. And so, to your question, is there an enabling environment? Yes, there is. But an enabling environment without your own personal responsibility to take advantage of the opportunities means nothing. Because the minister could say innovation all he wants. If the citizens aren't stepping up to the plate and getting things done, then it will mean nothing to us as a country. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you, panelists, for your very insightful thoughts on this particular matter. It's very clear that digital health and medical tourism, or digital health tourism, is an emerging area that has a lot of promise for building the resilience of the tourism space itself, and it's also very clear that there are many opportunities that still exist in the space that many persons can take advantage of. And it's also very clear that there are many issues that we still need to be able to engage, to perfect the space, to create an opportunity, an ecosystem that tourists will feel a sense of safety and security with regard to their health as it relates to the different destinations that they normally travel to. Thank you very much, and can we get an applause for our guests? Thank you very much, everyone. And if there were any burning questions that you were not able to ask, I'm pretty much sure you can ask after, when you see the guests, either after here or at lunch. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right.
Thank you again. Digital transformation policy and governance. No, wait, sorry. Digital health and wellness care. All right, so we're moving on quickly to our next presentation, Understanding the Wellness Traveler, and that will be by Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg. She is the president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. She is the group director of marketing and sales at the Courtly Hospitality Group. Was conferred the Order of Distinction in the rank of officer as part of Jamaica's National Honors and Awards for 2021. The current president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, former president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, and the only two-time winner of the JHTA's President Award. Mrs. Madden-Gregg was honored with an Order of Distinction in recognition of her contributions to the establishment of the Jamaica brand on the world stage. A veteran of 20-plus years in the tourism industry, Mrs. Madden-Gregg carries a broad portfolio of experience encompassing aviation, cruise lines, attractions, hotels, and resorts. Notably, she is one of only 3 women to have served as JHTA president in the organization's 60-plus years in operation. Additionally, JHTA's position held by Mrs. Madden-Gregg include First Vice President, Chairman of the Marketing and Membership Subcommittees, Chairman of the Fundraising and PR Subcommittee, and Area Chairman of the JHTA Kingston Chapter. In addition to her leadership roles with the Courtly Hospitality Group and the CHTA, Mrs. Madden-Gregg currently sits on the boards of Jamaica Tourist Board, the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, and the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce. She's also a member of the Tourism Linkages Council, where she chairs the Gastronomy Tourism Network. Outside of the tourism industry, Mrs. Madden-Gregg is the former president of the Mona School of Business Alumni Association, has also sat on the board of the New Kingston Civic Association. She is the co-founder and co-chair of the Kingston City Marathon and is a former vice president of public relations for the Alpha Academy Alumni Association. Please give a warm welcome for our next presenter, Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg. Wow, wow, wow.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for that, Camilo. That was the long version. We should have done the short version, considering we're so far behind. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to share with you today this presentation. And I think they're going to put it up on the screen for you. Yes. Okay, perfect. So, as CHTA president, I wanted to just share this very quickly because I think it's important, even though we're talking about health and wellness, the health and wellness segment of tourism is just a part of a bigger strategy and vision for Caribbean tourism. And particularly Jamaica has played a lead role in driving business to the Caribbean and to Jamaica. So the WTCC has said that based on the trajectory that tourism has for the Caribbean, we could see by 2032 a doubling of our GDP and an additional 1.34 million new jobs in the industry. The question is, how much of that will Jamaica carve out? And the strategy in terms of health and wellness tourism and that segment is a part of the kind of foundation that will help us to achieve these growth targets. Just to show you from a recovery point of view, this is how the Caribbean has been recovering. We are now almost fully to pre-pandemic level, not an even recovery. Some destinations have recovered faster than others. Jamaica is one of those. But if you look at total international traffic, that is still down 31%. So we as the Caribbean region, which is the most tourism-dependent region in the world, who are told that we would suffer the most, we have managed to blow past that trajectory and have achieved growth. Many destinations are in growth mode and some are in double-digit growth. Jamaica now is looking at Q4. As we go forward, you will see that we're looking at 18% growth over our 2019 figures for the same period. You'll see Dom Rep, US Virgin Islands, Curacao, Turks, St. Lucia, Puerto Rico, and St. Martin, all in double-digit growth. So again, the Caribbean is hot and Jamaica is even hotter in a good way. I mean, yes, not in the climate change kind of way. So that means that we have something very unique to sell and very unique to promote. So as we're on the health and wellness topic, we wanted to just share this data. So McKinsey reported that 79% of respondents believed wellness was important and 42% considered it a top priority. And they are looking at a substantial increase in the prioritization of wellness going forward. I'm going to share a video that will kind of encompass all of what we've been talking about this morning, particularly as it relates to the digital side of things, and just where the consumers are looking like in terms of trend going forward. But this is all also coming out of the issues of the global pandemic. The pandemic created a different kind of view in terms of health and wellness. We were locked up, we were away from each other, so there were mental health issues, and in essence, it's created what is called a loneliness pandemic. And health and wellness has always been a part of the health and wellness tourism wave, but it has gained more traction over the last 10 years and skyrocketed during the pandemic. As our various panelists have said, there's an increased demand for detox treatments, purging of emotional, physical, and mental toxins, spa retreats, spiritual and wellness retreats, soft adventure, sports tourism, and family retreats. So we're seeing more generational groups traveling together, a little bit different from what we have seen in the past, because people want to reconnect. They want to reconnect with family, they want to reconnect with friends, and that is a part of the whole issue of wellness from a mental health point of view. So let's get the video going.
Mindfulness apps, sleep aids, smart foods, smart bikes, health trackers, aromatherapy, injectables, organic everything. People are spending more on wellness than they ever have before. Wellness is now a $1.5 trillion market worldwide, and it's growing at a clip of 5 to 10% each year. McKinsey research shows that consumers are most interested in 6 wellness categories: health, fitness, nutrition, appearance, sleep, and mindfulness. New wellness products and services are hitting the market every day. So what might wellness look like in 2030? Let's look into the future.
I see there being a lot more offerings that let consumers triage any medical issues and take care of things for the most part by themselves, and only bringing in a doctor when that's really absolutely necessary. I also see this concept of devices moving from the doctor's office into the home. The pharmaceutical products of today will become the over-the-counter, easily accessible products of tomorrow.
I definitely don't see a world where it's just the at-home solutions and there's no gyms and no studio. I don't see that at all. I always like to say if Starbucks likes to think it can be a third place, then a gym can very well be a third place. And we'll also see, I think, a next step in terms of the ability to track or to give people ability to, hey, how do I know I'm improving? Tracking actually plays a very strong role. Not in optimizing everything, but in actually playing a strong motivation and guidance or coaching role.
People are reading a lot more labels. We think that will continue. They're looking to reduce sugar, but they are also looking for more sustainable eating. So we now have about 35% of consumers in the UK, the US, and Germany drinking plant-based milk at least some of the time. Half of them started in the last year. So that's quite a sea change, much faster than we usually see in the way we eat, and we think it's going to keep going.
So in 2030, I think that there's actually going to be an expansive amount of services that are offered within beauty retailers. You'll have the opportunity to actually get injectable services done. So if you want to plump up your cheeks or you want to plump up your lips, you'll be able to get clinical treatments like microdermabrasion that up until now have really been, saved for being done at a dermatologist's office or a med spa. You might actually be able to get a tattoo at the same place that you're buying your makeup, because it's all about how you want to express yourself.
There's new innovations with sensors going under the mattress that can tell both how much you're moving around at sleep, how much time you spent in the bed. Imagine if your sleep data was connected to your exercise service or your exercise bike or your trainer. And now when you hop onto your bike, you are getting a class that's designed for someone that's having a poor night's sleep. Or imagine your fridge is starting to make suggestions to you. Don't make coffee.
I actually believe that mindfulness and the pursuit of mindfulness will become an essential aspect of how we live our lives. There is a little bit of, in my mind, a risk of the over-commercialization and frankly being a bit of a gimmick. At least what's happening is people are more aware of this as an offering, as a service. I do think that technology and wearables will have a big role to play in this. A typical day for somebody who's a professional could look like they may actually start the day with either an offline or an online yoga or meditation class. And again, back through the wearable, at whatever time in the evening, it'll start telling you, listen, you need to now quieten your mind. It's easy to kind of dream those sorts of possibilities.
If wellness in 2030 will indeed be more tech-heavy, personalized, and interconnected, what does that mean for companies? What should companies do today to be successful in 2030?
It's critical to think about your digital strategy, and we mean that in a really broad sense. So both from a channel perspective, are you well set up to succeed, especially in e-commerce? And then also from a marketing perspective, leveraging the power of social and influencers.
Data is going to be the key. And having a way to tie these different data systems together is probably the best secret. Interconnectedness of data, interconnectedness of partnerships, that's going to be the real opportunity there.
So by 2030, I really think we're going to see a completely different store experience. It's about capturing that concept of discovery, either through services or through classes or through just a curated, excited, and gamified experience in order to bring that consumer in. So being able to see 3D versions of your face and actually being able to apply different color cosmetic products to it, so that then you can just simply hit buy and have all of the products sent to your home.
Understand how your value proposition might have changed. If, as an example, you're a gym and you realize that in this more diverse routine, people are more creative about how they do cardio. How do I make sure I am seen as one of the solutions of today?
We think consumer goods companies need to own the explosion of small in their own categories. A lot of the growth is in smaller niche products. Consumer goods companies have all the expertise they need to excel at those. They don't always like the economics. Keep experimenting with ways to get great at small.
You've got to think about the individual as a whole person. I think a lot of offerings are coming at the individual almost as components, as opposed to thinking of them as a whole human being and thinking about the arc of their day or the arc of their year and where is all that going to fit in it. Think about what is truly going to have lasting change.
So that video I thought was really important to share because it really is looking into the future, but it's also what's happening now. We're seeing more and more persons are taking such an interest in their wellness, and that is also what's happening with our consumer or tourism or visitor that's coming to the island. Particularly our millennials, they are prioritizing health and wellness more than other generations and plan to prioritize them even more into the future. So we are looking at better health, better sleep, better nutrition, better fitness, better mindfulness, and better appearance. So all of the bullet points that we hit. And how does this incorporate into what we're offering as a destination, whether it's at the accommodation level, attraction level, or service providers, whether you're a spa or you're doing some sort of a food and beverage or some sort of other service. So the travelers are changing, as we said. Over a fifth or 21% of global travelers are currently traveling for health and wellness-driven reasons, according to the 22 Travel Trends Survey. Virtuoso conducted with YouGov. And by 2023, which is the year we're in, 29% of global travelers are stating their interest in wellness for the future. Travelers are increasingly seeking ways to disconnect from everyday stressors, like economic uncertainty, global turmoil. We're in the middle of quite a few wars right now, and are prioritizing health and wellness during their trips. So basically trying to get away from it all. And Jamaica and the Caribbean, of course, is the perfect destination for them to do that. We also see that Travel Week states that 94% of affluent travelers are incorporating wellness and self-care into their trips. 94%. And I'm going to underline the affluence. The health and wellness traveler actually is a higher spend traveler and are willing to pay more for services. So how are hotels and destinations responding? For example, so we know guests now come to us loaded with their own health data. They have their smartwatches, their fitness app, as Dr. Wallace said, he's in his group and they track each other. They're exploring ways to create bespoke wellness experiences for our guests in spa, nutrition, fitness, and that's from Accor Hotels. You have another hotel, the Pullman in San Francisco. They have equipped guests with Dream, which is a technology wearable that monitors breathing, brain waves, heart rate, and sleeping patterns. This is a hotel offering this service. So you're understanding that hotels are recognizing that their guests are coming to them and wanting to have that perfect night's sleep. And how can I, as a hotel provider, how can I give you that experience while you're staying in my hotel? You see another example here that we see that the Vice President of Spa and Operations for Colonial Wellness Resort, they are including technology, focusing on wellness, mental wellness, leveraging data to capture specific wellness requests, emphasizing nutrition. They're offering touchless treatments like sound therapies, zero-gravity stress reduction, along with traditional treatments like facials and massages. So again, moving along the paradigm and along that continuum of different types of services that are being offered. We have Four Seasons in Toronto offering biohacking services. When I read this, I was like, biohacking? What's going on there? So they launched their Wellness and Bio Bar in spring this year, and they have evidence-based treatments like the LPG epidemiology, which I had to go and look it up to see what that was about. And it's basically, looking at treatment for your skin and in terms of aging. It's an anti-aging treatment. Cellular light therapy, which deals with cellulite and other such things. And hypnosis sessions. This is a hotel. so again, the reason why a lot of tourism providers are pivoting is because the consumer is changing. There's an expectation that when I travel, or I will travel to your destination or to your hotel if you offer certain services. So clearly, yes, we have natural environment, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that, which has been shared, but there's some technology that we can look at implementing as well. Not to mention the social media impact. As these travelers are on social media, over 60% of the persons on social media are women. So again, talking about gender. And so you have to figure out how you're going to talk to these women who are making the decisions around travel. In most families, it is females who make the travel decisions. And so it's important that you understand that how you're going to use social media to talk to those customers. And we're seeing a growing popularity, #wellnessretreat, spiritual retreat, have a combined viewing of over 33 million on TikTok and over 587,000 posts on Instagrams. So we have, according to cultural websites, trend influencers and celebrities often endorse wellness destination activities, generating more increase in this lucrative sector. So there's a question that was asked earlier. How can you, as a small provider, somebody who is new coming up in the business, afford to be able to get your product and service out there? And it may be something as simple as the use of social media and getting an influencer, like my lovely Camille over here, she's very good at this, to utilize your products or your services. Of course, you can figure out if that's a barter or trade or paid interaction, but collaborations are very important. Using collaborations to push your products and services, which is a win-win for both parties, and so that's another way you can push out there. So every destination has something unique to offer. Jamaica is very much in that space. You have destinations that have decided to focus on a particular niche that they want to be known for. Norway has called theirs Nordic Wellness. You have Finland, which talks about their saunas. You have Brazil, which have thermal water parks. You have Costa Rica, which is the rainforest spa retreats, and Belize, very much known for adventure travel. You have Arizona, which is a destination spas. Of course, in the Caribbean, we have wellness cruises, but of course, in Jamaica, we have so much, as we talked about, mountains, seas, streams, rivers, and I'm going to run through it quickly because I think it's important that we re-emphasize these assets that we have. So every destination has something you need to offer, whether it's hot springs, spa and yoga retreats in Australia. And we here in the Caribbean and in Jamaica can capitalize on what these consumers, what these travelers, what these visitors are looking for. So this is an old slide, but I thought it was important just to look at it and then kind of look at where we are now and see the number of wellness trips that was happening way back in 2017. So this is not necessarily a new phenomenon. What it's saying to us is that we have to recognize that it exists, there is a demand, and we are in 2023. And as was said, the government has put things in place, but if we as the Jamaican population doesn't, and the private sector, take advantage and start to utilize the assets that are there for you, we'll never see that actual pendulum swing in our direction as a country or as a region. So this money has been out there, this demand for wellness, but the pandemic has just exacerbated it, escalated it, made the demand even greater. So more persons are traveling for that purpose. We see this is from 2021, just again showing the trajectory. 1.2 billion wellness trips were taken, right? And we see that an average of 5 hours spent daily by holidaymakers during a combination of wellness activities. 18% of the global tourism in 2021 was contributed by wellness tourism, and 2022 it was projected to go to 191 billion, and that's what we're looking at. So right now it's even growing further. So this wellness traveler, this health traveler, this is an interesting wheel that I thought best explains all the opportunities. You have spa and beauty, you have mind and body, spiritual and connection, personal growth, eco and adventure, fitness, healthy eating, and health. So you want to seek, you want to do, and you want to visit. And it ties into all different aspects of what somebody is trying to accomplish. Mindfulness, spiritual changes, emotional changes. They're looking for social interaction. They're looking to just be physical, or they're just looking for environmental, to contribute to the environment. So health and wellness tourism also kind of pivots into sustainable travel and the whole thing about responsible travel. So these are all things that can be combined to kind of hit into this market and to understand what they're looking for. And in each part of the wheel, you'll see the types of services or the types of activities. For example, on the Eco and Adventure, it could be an eco park, a wilderness adventure, nature walks, nature preserves on this end. On the mind and body, it may be yoga studios, martial arts studios, things that you can do in terms of retreats, or on the spiritual and connection, as well as spiritual retreats, etc. at the bottom. So definitely you can decide where is it you want to sit in this seek, do, visit. Where do you want to sit in this wheel? You can sit in more than one of them, but definitely you can identify which best suits your products and services. So as has been said by our presenters before, I'm just going to kind of hit on it again. Jamaica has all the factors. We have location, we have airlift, we have a natural environment, sun, sea and sand, mountains, valleys, hills, rivers, streams. We have a variety of accommodations, small, medium, large, even micro, some indoors, even some outdoors. You know, camping is also something that is important and a part of the whole ecosystem of what can be. So you don't have to have big money and capital and, you know, block and steal it in terms of accommodation. You can create an environment that's very different, where persons can bring their tent, be in nature, be out in, you know, under the stars, and you create a whole experience around that. Variety of attractions. We have numerous day spas, trails, and many off the beaten paths. We have excellent people. Our hospitality is world-renowned, and we shouldn't discount that, because that's a big part of it. You can have all the physical infrastructure and all the natural beauty, but if when you come, you don't have that warmth, you don't have that experience of the people, and you feel welcome, then we may not be so successful. So I think that's also a very important aspect for us to keep in there. We have indigenous ingredients and experiences, and of course, numerous annual health and wellness events, quite a few and growing. We also have gastronomy experiences. I was mentioned as chair of the Gastronomy Network, and we cater to healthy, authentic cuisine, and that is being sought out. Plant-based cuisine is being sought out. So our ITIL foods, you know, Jamaica has long been in this space. This is not new to us, and so we have an advantage there. Yoga retreats are still popular and are on the rise. Cycling holidays has also boomed with weekend leisure bikers increasing between 30 to 60% across UK and Europe. So this is an area that I know Jamaica Tourist Board has worked on. We have Discover Jamaica by Bike, where you can do cycling tours. We have actually 2 persons in Montego Bay who offer those tours through holiday services. I know for sure is one, where you can just bike through the country, which is a very also a kind of a wellness, but also a physical experience. So you get an exercise, but you're seeing the vistas, you're interacting, you're enjoying food, you're enjoying nature all along the way. So again, combining all these factors, as I said in the wheel, to create an experience that's very unique. Surfing is also seeing similar spikes in popularity. We have surfing in Jamaica. Yes, some people still don't realize that we have surfing in Jamaica, but we do, particularly in St. Thomas and Portland. And this is something, again, in terms of health and wellness, these are parts of the experiences. So yoga we spoke about. Sports travel, which is tangible benefits and measurable incomes, are also the number of miles hike is a thriving wellness area. We have 5K, 10Ks, half marathon, full marathons. I hope to get back Kingston City Marathon soon, but of course we have Reggae Half Marathon, 10K, 5K. And so there are other events like this that people travel for, or when I'm on island, I'd like to participate in. And so this is all a part of what we can look at. The boom for so-called endorphin tourism attracts travelers. seeking trips that give them a natural high, right? And we talked about the other high, but this one is without smoking anything, from running desert marathons to trail running in the mountains. You know, we have, you know, bicycle tours in the mountains. But that hiking experience, being able to go to the summit, being able to look out and see that vista, that is where we call endorphin tourism. That's all a part of this whole health and wellness experience. And as we said, Jamaica is unique because we have such a mountainous country that we can really take advantage. We have some other tours that already exist in Jamaica, here in Montego Bay and St. James. You know, you can also go and pet those lovely dogs and enjoy that experience. So again, that's calming. Swimming with dolphins, that's also something that is a part of you know, the wellness experience. Being able to feed a hummingbird. I mean, that, has anybody in this room ever done that? Anybody online? It is something that's very unique and special. And that connectivity with nature and the environment, little things like this that we probably take as commonplace. There are many people, millions, probably billions of people in the world that have never had that opportunity, would never have that opportunity unless they come and experience it in a destination like Jamaica. You know, we have our coral reefs, and, you know, that's something that's being offered now, where you can go and plant or help with the coral reef management. I'm not going to talk about this because I just want to say, great job, Health and Wellness Network. I'm happy to be part of linkages, but for persons online, you've heard a lot about that. And again, just opportunities in the Coptic country, spelunking, you know, going into caves and exploring caves. That is soft adventure, but it's also, again, a part of health and wellness. Hiking, bird watching, biking. We have quite a few bird watching tours that already come to Jamaica, but that could be expanded. Farm-to-table experiences. We talked about healthy eating, again, in the wellness category. Promotion of our ITIL cuisine. Yoga and meditation retreats. Volunteerism. We have so many missions that come, medical missions, other types of missions. This is, again, another space that we can expand. I know Ministry of Health has a good program, but there's so much more, working with charities, working with local charities, feeling good about yourself that you're making a change by being a volunteer, not just coming and lying on the beach or just for your own purposes, having fun, but also making a change while you're in destination. I said expansion of our sports travel, something we don't do yet, endurance and fitness challenges, that's very big, that's something we can look at. Creating our own Jamaican treatments. I've thrown this out before, we haven't done it yet, but you know, for Thailand, everybody says you have to get a Thai massage, right? And for those of us that have done it, it is a very special and unique experience. We would love to have a Jamaican version that is taught to all the spa practitioners, to all the masseuses, so that that experience in terms of the products utilized, which will be 100% Jamaican, as well as the technique. So for those of you out there who would like to create it and ensure that we can have a Jamaican version of a Thai massage, but a Jamaican massage, let's see what happens. Expanding our wellness products, skincare products, spas, infusion, and of course, incorporating wearable tech as the team before and as that presentation that went before. That's a very critical part of it. As we said, products and services, which we have quite a few of those displayed here today. So it's not, again, as I wrap up, about just my mind and body or my health, but it's healthy mind, body, and planet. The travelers that we have now are definitely focused on responsible travel. Looking ahead, sustainability is important. I'm just going to mention the fact that we are looking at the loss of our coral reefs and the potential by the early 2030s. And we need to ensure that we are focusing on this, because if we don't have a planet, then all of what we're talking about here really isn't going to make much sense. So coral reef restoration and preservation, using ecotours, protecting our sea turtles. We have that experience here in Jamaica. There are quite a few areas where you can help to protect them. incorporating children educational programs, as I mentioned, generational travel. A lot of families are traveling with their children and want their children to be a part of these solutions. So I'm on vacation, I'm on holiday, but if I could take my child to a sanctuary so they understand what coral reef protection or fish protection is about, and so that builds into that child's DNA, and as they grow up to be a responsible adult. This is all a part of the space of sustainability and health and wellness. So again, not just my healthy mind and body, but the health of our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot for us to do. There's an action plan that we need to strengthen our ecosystem. We need to leverage our brand, ensure we enable digitalization, continue to promote, which our team here is doing very well at Ministry of Tourism, fast track any government and institutional frameworks, encourage the growth of our SMTEs and our policies, create incentives, and of course the last one I think is important is cross-border MOUs can be established with other destinations through different frameworks like the European Union EPA to again expose us to what they're doing as we grow our health and wellness tourism market. I thank you, and if there are any questions, I'm not sure how much time I have left, I can take a few.
Understanding the wellness traveler. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg. All right. All right, so at this time, we want to just say thank you again to our partners for making it possible for us to be here today. Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JHTA, JAMPRO, Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Jamaica Business Development Commission, RADA, Rural Agricultural Development Authority, the Exim Bank Jamaica, Stewart's Automotive Group, Development Bank of Jamaica, Short-Time Emergency Medical Services, and we want to thank everybody who is here in the physical as well as everyone joining in online. We also want to say thank you to the production team for making this possible, the Montego Bay Convention Center, John Swaby Productions, and Real Time Studios. All right, we're going to move into our next panel. As we set up, I'm going to introduce our moderator. The next panel discussion is a fitness focus in wellness tourism. And our moderator is Miss Fiona Fennell. She is the Public Relations and Communications Manager at the JTB. Fiona Fennell is a seasoned journalist with over 15 years of experience in media and brand strategy, corporate communications, public relations, digital social media, and journalism. In addition, Fiona possesses extensive radio and television presentation and media training expertise and experience, which she utilizes to coach as well as host events. She holds a bachelor's degree in media and communications and a Master of Science degree in international relations from the University of the West Indies and is currently the Public Relations and Communications Manager at the Jamaica Tourist Board. Please help me welcome Miss Fiona Fennell.
Am I on? Yes, it's working. All right, thank you so much, Camilla. I think I'm going to be asking you to join me up here momentarily. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying. Thank you for making it in this inclement weather. But our work must continue, and it's a lot of work that we've been doing in this particular area to leverage our tourism offerings. As you would have been told from yesterday, this is just one of the networks that we support to ensure that we can create more experiences to bring more visitors to our beautiful destination. All right, so I would like to, if it is time, am I able to? Yes. So I'm going to ask Miss Camilla McDonald, Chief Executive Officer of the WellFit Club, to join me on stage. She's one of our panelists for this panel, which is a fitness focus in wellness tourism. I also want to acknowledge Miss Diane Ellis, who is Sponsorship Director, Reggae Marathon, and the Director running Events JA, and I'm told she will be online, correct? All right, so Miss Ellis, let me just give you a quick background. If you know anything about Negril, round about the first week in December, it's all about Reggae Marathon. Everybody and their child and, you know, cousin, everybody from Foreign and Jamaica and the other parishes are in the grill first week in December for Reggae Marathon. Diana promised to do something. Maybe I'll do the pasta party because I'm not so fit and so. But yes, she's online. So world of experience in terms of running, organizing marathons, and we're finding that people are interested in coming to destinations to do those things as well. So big up yourself, Miss Ellis. All right, so I'm also going to ask Dr. Andre McDonald, Shoretime Medical, Emergency Medical Services, to join me on stage. Now, we all know, founder, Chief Executive Officer of Shoretime Emergency Medical Services. He's also the Chief Medical Officer for Guardian Life Paramedic Center and provides medical services to several public and private entities. Shoretime, we all know Shoretime. Very obvious. They're very quick, very efficient, very sure. Mr. Oliver Hill, author, Moon Jamaica, and founder, Moon Hill Jamaica Villas and Tours.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for making it personally here today. He is an experienced entrepreneur, documentary filmmaker, travel writer, news editor, and communications specialist with an extensive track record in business development and consulting. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so when I received the title of the panel that we're dealing with today, my first question was, what role does fitness play in health and wellness? Health and wellness is a bit broad, and I think it can mean different things to different people, but fitness has been pulled out as a specific activity or engagement within that context. How important is it, and what role do you see it playing in health and wellness? I'm going to start with you, Camilla.
Okay, so important. When I was reading the title also, I found it hard to segregate fitness from the rest of wellness. And, you know, obviously since COVID, I think everybody has really, there's been a focus that, you know, fitness is not just for the person who has the time, it's we need to make the time for it. I would say that more and more people are looking for fitness experiences. So, for example, I've held several stagings of what I've called Move on the Mountain that I've held up at Skyline Drive. We traverse up the mountains, doing fitness drills.
Traverse as in walk up the mountain?
Fitness drills.
Walk, okay, right.
Fitness drills. And it's immersed with yoga, meditation, journaling, and then we kind of culminate at the top at my restaurant, Camila's Kitchen, that kind of overlooks the city. And we have people who, and this is a one-day event, we have people who come down from all over the world to enjoy this. And, you know, I just feel like it's really taking off. WellFit is an online, it's a virtual space. And we have members that are predominantly from the diaspora. We have a community that we live on WhatsApp right now, in WhatsApp groups. Mm-hmm. But, you know, just kind of that center that, yeah, fitness is everything.
Dr. McDonald, I want you to give me now the scientific, medical.
Well,
how important is fitness?
Yeah, fitness is more than important. It's very important that we understand that fitness, as you said, actually has a medical definition. Mm-hmm. And so what we realized is that years ago we used to look at athletes as being the only ones who needed to be fit. But you know, now the definition of health is not only the absence of disease, but total mental, spiritual, physical, emotional, and even financial well-being.
Yes.
Now we have realized, after defining fitness, and later on, if you ask, I will tell you, there's a fitness definition for a person of a certain age, of a certain sex, yes, and a person with pre-existing medical conditions. And so we know how to look at a particular person and design what is called the exercise prescription to get that specific person to fitness. And why is it important? We must know, because being fit now contributes to your prevention of disease, to your treatment of any medical condition, to keeping your mind focused and ready to enjoy even a tourism vacation, to ensure that persons are emotionally well and kept intact. We have realized that fit people are less miserable, they're more tolerable, and they're able to enjoy their vacation. Here's a big one. If you have somebody who has flown into the country and you keep that person fit, fit persons are happier persons. Happier persons spend more money, and happier persons actually decide to utilize services that are available to them more. So in athletic medicine, which is something critical to my practice, we have also realized that fitter athletes do better and get better results. The reason why fitness is important in tourism, because if tourists are fitter, they will have a better experience, and they will also give to the tourism product more of themselves, which will eventually be more beneficial to the country.
Well, on that point, if you are fitter, happier, you will then be a little bit more immersive in what you go after for your experiences. You want to probably stay longer, which is correct. You will be happier to spend more money on other services. I like that. This is something we can tap into a little bit more. Thank you, Dr. McDonald. Mr. Oliver Hill, author and founder, author of Moon Jamaica and founder Moon Hill Jamaica Villas and Tours. So you are in the space of providing certain kinds of services then clearly for visitors who come to Jamaica. Are you seeing a trend there then for persons wanting to be more fit or to be involved in more fitness kinds of experiences and activities?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation, for having me. And to your question, certainly I think the demand is there. I think our biggest challenge, given what everybody has said before me about everything Jamaica has to offer, our biggest challenge is packaging it and presenting it, because historically I think we've had a very limited scope of how we do that, and it's mostly done through the large tourism operators who are connected to cruise shipping and to large hotels. But Jamaica has so many different experiences to offer. I think what has changed over the past few years is there's much more recognition that fitness is this holistic thing.
Right.
Spiritual, mental, physical fitness. And I think you have naturally more of a demand from tourists seeking out those kind of experiences. So most of my bookings actually, and it's probably because there's not a lot of other people offering it, are for experiences like coffee tours that involve a hike component, or Blue Mountain hikes, for example. Or I get a lot of bookings for the bath fountain spa.
Right.
All of these are experiences that aren't packaged very well generally or developed very well. So, my personal challenge is to do a better job at that. As I, update my Moon Jamaica website, I can think up a myriad of different experiences to offer people, and a lot of them will involve physical activity. Even, I get a lot of people emailing and calling about visits to Bobo Hill, you know, which is a very niche experience. But it's part of the spiritual fitness, you know, that people are seeking. So yes, I definitely see a growing demand for fitness in all its forms. You know, Jamaica has kiteboarding. You know, where does a visitor go to kiteboard if they don't know, you know, the people in a WhatsApp group that I'm, you know, connected to? They might not know how to experience kiteboarding in Jamaica, which is a great physical fitness activity that's available here, but it needs to be packaged.
Right, right. So what I'm finding here is that there are so many different segments for fitness experiences, and that could be totally up to you. You can decide what it is that you want to engage in. So you have persons hiking up the mountain and then you do yoga. Diane Ellis, who I'm asking to join in this conversation now, I think would now target those who are super fit. Is there a phrase called super fit? Like these people run 5Ks, 10Ks, and don't break a sweat. So, Miss Ellis, how are you catering to these super fit persons coming to the destination for your signature event?
Thank you, Fiona. Good afternoon to you and to my fellow panelists and everybody else online.
Can you guys hear?
Can you hear okay?
Yes, are you hearing Miss Ellis?
Yes, I'm hearing you okay. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying good afternoon to you. Thank you for that lovely big up. Good afternoon to my fellow panelists and everybody else who joined online. Thank you for inviting me and having me here. It's wonderful to be here. Now, my colleague Nicola, she gave an excellent presentation in terms of the wellness traveler and understanding that person. And even for Reggae Marathon, and I would ask the tech team if they could go ahead, thank you, and start showing the different slides. They could just go right through. The Reggae Marathon, Half Marathon, and 10K races is a unique event. Next slide, please. And it caters to an international and local audience. It's an annual event in McGill, and we have managed to capture, not as you say, the super fit person, but the average person who is just looking at a healthy lifestyle through running. We also encourage walking as well. Next slide, please. So it's not unattainable. This is a picture of one of our previous winners. She has won more than once in the past. And she is your average person. She just has fitness as her priority. So it is important in our industry to note that fitness has become very important to the average traveler. And in fact, runners, I'm going to speak specifically to the running industry. Runners do seek out a destination experience. They love to come and enjoy different experiences in different destinations. Reggae Marathon has had the privilege of attracting a lot of repeat participants, which is great because it means that when they come and they experience the event, they have such a wonderful time, they usually come back over and over again. We can go on to the next slide, please. So, you know, it's not about just being super fit. Even though this map kind of shows, you know, it's a world map, but Reggae Marathon over the years has been able to attract runners and walkers. This year from over 25 different countries, but in previous years we have hit even the 35 country mark, where we have had persons from all over the world coming to enjoy the experience here. And during COVID, when we had to be virtual, we were able to attract persons in different destinations that we never thought we would reach. Again, enhancing Jamaica's tourism, you know, product, especially focusing on health and wellness. So that was a new experience for us, but very eye-opening in terms of looking at the potential that exists. So that was fantastic. You can go on to the next slide. This is just a collage of various photos and promotional flyers and so on that we've had over the years. As you can see, a group of people from all over the world. Next slide, please. And this is just a group, one of our largest charity groups, Reggae Runners, who come from all over the US, which happens to be our largest market. And they have been coming for over 10 years.
Nice.
Not just the event, but also community charities in Negril and so on. So the offspring is really tremendous. It really is something, you know, to be admired, to know that just a simple event has so many benefits, not just to Negril, but also to Jamaica. So it's not just about the super fit person, but the average person seeking a health and wellness experience. And Nicola alluded to a lot of statistics and so on that showed that, you know, wellness tourism and health tourism is growing. And I can tell you, for the running segment, pre-COVID, the US market alone saw 22 to 30 million registrations in running events. Now we're slowly building back to that figure because remember, as I said, you know, during the COVID years, not only Reggae Marathon, but international marathon events could not be held. So, you know, everybody went virtual. But coming back now and bouncing back, the market is rebounding. So that figure gives you an idea of the fabulous potential that exists, that I think Jamaica is perfectly poised to capitalize on.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. And I do, in particular, remember the virtual staging of that particular event where you reach so many people across the globe. And it takes me back to the shift, the paradigm shift that happened during COVID. And it kind of just propelled persons to be a little bit more intuitive with what was going on with themselves, with their families, with their friends. And I'm wondering, where do we see this going?
It's growing. It's definitely growing. You know, the potential is unbelievable because, you know, as you said, I think Nicola in her presentation, I keep going back to her because it was, you know, very, very in-depth and gave a lot of information for us to consider. But, you know, thanks to COVID, we have been able now to realize how the importance of health and wellness, how it is for each person to embrace that. Reggae Marathon was always founded on the premise of, you know, promoting a healthy lifestyle through running. But COVID brought into focus the fact that we're isolated, we have to concentrate on our physical health. You know, being fit is of utmost importance. Yesterday, I'll just give you an aside. I ran into someone who has been an avid supporter of our local road races and Reggae Marathon. And she shared with me that during COVID, she was actually very, very ill. She almost died. And she's now she's bounced back, but she's experiencing the post-COVID, you know, symptoms. So she has a lot of, you know, sort of effects of having COVID. So she has to take her health seriously. And I think for the average person now, even if you weren't ill during COVID, you are no more aware of the importance of being healthy, eating right, keeping your body fit, maintaining your exercise levels. So, I mean, accomplishing a 5K, a 10K, a half marathon, and even a full marathon is something to be admired and something to go for, because in the long run, you're just really doing something for your health and your own survival.
Yes. Camilo, you were saying?
Well, what we've done in WellFit is leverage the power of community, right? And so we offer 4 live classes a day across several disciplines. So we do high-intense interval training, Pilates, yoga, strength training, and we use Jamaica's landscape as the backdrop. So a lot of these sessions are pre-recorded. We record some in front of a sea and some of them with the mountains as the backdrop. And as I mentioned before, our members are predominantly from the Jamaican diaspora. So you might have a member in Toronto who is in her cold apartment but able to pop open her laptop and feel the essence of Jamaica nonetheless and feel connected to Jamaica. And then through that power of community, we're doing these classes every single day. You feel connected, and then we culminate with a retreat. We had our first retreat last year, so we had all of the members who live overseas come to Jamaica. And I think really leveraging that power of community, bringing people back home here, because I think the thing about fitness is that it's all about consistency. Right? And so, of course you have the marathons and, these one-off events, but how do you create fitness for somebody for a lifetime?
Yes.
And so I think creating experiences that are almost instructive and allow participants of whatever that event might be to carry back with them as they travel back home, habits that they can adopt and carry forth when they travel back home, as opposed to only just coming for a fitness event. Of course you're going to feel the endorphins. Of course you're going to feel all the incredible benefits that come with the sweat and the exercise and the vitamin C, SEA, and all of those things. But how can they kind of bring it forward now, when they go back to their cold apartments, wherever around the world.
Yeah, and I'm seeing where this could be now generational. Because if the change has started now from the pandemic, families, I believe, will now be able to benefit from that. Mothers, fathers deciding that, listen, we need to do something different in this household. And then that now goes on to the other generations. Dr. McDonald, what does that mean for medicine, for your area of expertise? Does that help you?
It certainly does. And one of the things I want to say is that the future for exercise, wellness, and fitness in Jamaica is extremely bright. And I'm going to tell you why. Because medicine now writes a prescription for somebody's health and wellness and fitness. So when the person leaves North America, Europe, Africa, Asia, they walk with that prescription. And the prescriptions are written like this. You need to run for 2 miles. A part of it must be uphill.
Yes.
A part of it has to be in water. A part of it has to do with weights. A part has to do with what you call resistance exercises. And if your buildings, your hotels, your circumstances, your guest houses are so equipped, your theme parks, to facilitate that prescription, then the person will come. And so what you will find is that a call will be made to your front desk, to your operators, asking you if you have the facilities to facilitate what is on the prescription. So the growth must be to facilitate the filling of that prescription.
And this is such a perfect segue, and just to let you all know, I have like less than 3 minutes here, right? It's not my fault, all right? Just telling you. How, that sounds like part of the process of building out and leveraging fitness in Jamaica, health and wellness on a whole. Because if you are able to have that infrastructure then in place, then people don't feel like they need to be in their country because it's only my doctor going to be able to give me this and that. You can say we have it all here. So quickly, just for you in your space, what are some of the other things you believe that we can do to leverage fitness? Because fitness don't mean just training as a boxer or an athlete. Camilo.
You were saying, what can we leverage?
Yeah, what else can we do? I mean, Doc just made a very important point. The prescription should be easily accessible anywhere somebody's going to be in the world.
I mean, I guess, as Dr. McDonald was saying, just making sure that we have the right infrastructure in place, the right trainers who are certified properly, making sure that we have the right food to be able to support the fitness, making sure that we, do have that mind, body, spirit approach, so that it's not just the physical, the weight training, the yoga, but also the meditation and all the other elements of. So yeah, I think just making sure that we're well certified. And I think, again, I really strongly believe in that community aspect, the accountability aspect. So really getting our trainers and our wellness coaches, very equipped to receive that. Yeah.
And from Mr. Hill, I'm getting that we also, outside of having the infrastructure, need to talk about it. We need to let the world know, hello, ding, 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 Jamaica is the place for health and wellness experiences from any particular aspect that you want to do. Mr. Hill?
Yeah, and I'd like to just echo a word that Camilla had mentioned, which is continuity. And you do have amazing events which provide a venue for physical fitness, which inspire people to adopt that kind of behavior in their daily life. And Reggae Marathon should be saluted for its continuity. But we have a lot of other events like the Fat Tire Festival, which is specific to mountain bikers. We have the Tomorrow Today Festival in Negril, which brings together a lot of the things we've been talking about. So these festivals need support, and sometimes it's just a bit of funding to get the message out or to incorporate it into the messaging that the JTB or the TEF supports kind of internationally, so that it creates more of a demand. And I think one of the biggest challenges in Jamaica as a travel writer and as somebody who's trying to sell this country's bounty and endowment is that consistency. It just doesn't exist. I have to update this travel guide every 3 years, and the amount of businesses that are no longer there 3 years later, and events, one of my hallmarks is to track annual events, but it's tough to maintain an annual event, and all the support these kind of events can get to put them on the map and to incorporate them into the messaging that's broadcast internationally, it will go a long way to ensure that they continue to be there. And if you do something long enough, consistently, people notice.
And thank you very much, Mr. Hill. And Ms. Ellis, just quickly, in half of a second, your recommendation.
Okay, I think that each of our panelists here have made very important points. We just have to stick to it. I mean, what Camilla spoke about her, activities in terms of a sense of community builds into what we try to do for an annual event. What Dr. McDonald from Shoretime is saying about, the advent of being able to access your prescriptions and so on. We have experienced that at Reggae Marathon when people come and become ill and need to access medical care. What Oliver is doing in Israel with his promotions and so on. We just have to continue to work together, keep our nose to the wheel, and just stick to it. And I think eventually we'll get there. We're working from a platform, a marvelous platform, which is Jamaica. So I think if we just stick at it, we'll achieve the ultimate goal.
Thank you very much, Diane Ellis, Camilla McDonald, Dr. McDonald, Mr. Hill. The conversations continue. We have so much more work to do, but we are not starting from zero. We have so much to offer, and we're going to work at it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. And on that note, we are going to break for lunch and return in 1 hour. All right, yes, that was loud. Thank you so much.
You can get this.
Just a reminder that lunch is in room D3, so that's right adjacent to this room here. It's where we had lunch yesterday. All right, so a break for 1 hour and then we will return. Check, check. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. How are you guys feeling? Energized? Ready? Can we all stand up? Up, 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 up. She says, ugh. We're at a health conference. Let's breathe in. And exhale. And breathe it in. And exhale. Let's just get rotating the hips all the way around. We're just trying to move. We've been sitting down all day. Excellent. I know we have on heels, many of us, but we can still move. Let's go around the other side. Hello, the gentlemen can't partake. All right, let's stretch this way. Let's give a less feminine one. All the way, side to side. Very good. Let's reach up. And exhale. And then we just ate. And inhale. And now we're ready, right? Okay, good. All right, we can sit down. Thank you so much. We're going to move into our next very exciting panel discussion on agricultural linkages to wellness tourism. And I am going to introduce our moderator, Mrs. Carolyn McDonald Riley Clark. She's the director of the Tourism Linkages Network. She has primary responsibility for the coordination and implementation of effective and sustainable strategies to strengthen and facilitate linkages between tourism and economic sectors. Her previous experience includes serving in the capacity of economist for the Ministry of Tourism, where she administers the incentive schemes of the tourist sector, monitored the tourism industry performance, and analyzed the impact on economic opportunities for the tourism industry. During her tenure, she played an integral role in the development of several policies geared at sustainability, diversification, growth, and promoting efficiency within the industry. In 2006, she was the Ministry of Tourism's nominee for the Civil Servant of the Year award. Mrs. Riley is an attorney at law, qualified to practice in Jamaica. She's also a certified mediator with the Dispute Resolution Foundation. Her qualifications include a Master of Business Administration from the University of the West Indies in Finance and Public Sector Management, and a Bachelor of Science in Economics. Me read everything. When me fill it out. Everyone, please welcome her. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My mic is on. Can you all hear me? Okay, I think I'm good now. Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And after lunch, during a tropical storm, it's not the best time to be speaking. However, I'll try my best to keep you engaged. Because we're going to be talking about agricultural linkage to wellness tourism. And there is no wellness without food. So I know that this is a very important panel. So I'm going to introduce the topic to you, and then I'll call on my panelists, 3 of them, and as I speak about them, I'll ask them to enter the platform, and where we'll have a vibrant 30-minute discussion. So, yes, 30 minutes. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this discussion, which is a very timely and relevant topic. This discussion will provide insights into the tremendous opportunity that exists between local agricultural sector and the growth of wellness tourism. It will showcase strategic and innovative initiatives undertaken to harness these opportunities. We all know that gastronomy is a fundamental part of the hospitality and tourism industry. In fact, there has been a World Food Travel Association. They have ranked us in terms of food that as a choice of destination. And incidentally, we were just voted as a Caribbean hotspot for food. So, you know, we're really right up there. There's also an increasing preference by tourists for a product and an experience that is authentic and is linked to local foods. Not only are travelers seeking an authentic experience linked to local food, but there's a willing to pay premium price for this experience. So you'll see persons going to different entities locating way off the beaten track for food. We're thrilled to have an esteemed group of experts with us today to share insights on the agricultural linkages to tourism. And I'll start by inviting Mr. Wayne Cummins to the panel. And let me tell you a little about Mr. Cummins. He's the Chief Executive Officer of ARA Group of Companies, which includes tourism consultancy. And what this company, and incidentally, before I tell you that he was a chief headhunter, what is he doing now? He is the lead operator of Bird Shack Fried Chicken. So he's well aligned to the agriculture, the poultry side of tourism, where, and this is highly respected and sought after, tourism advisor to both public and private sector. His career began at age 19 when he joined Sandals Group as a management trainee at Sandals. In 1989, he specialized in rooms division and has since worked most of the company's resorts across the region, holding increasingly more senior positions, including assistant manager, hotel manager, general manager, and of course, his most recent post was Group Commercial Director at Sandals Resort, Island Roots, and ATL Group. He's credited with conceptualizing the Sandals Corporate University, the company's official portal for training and development of its team members, providing opportunities for further education, professional certification, and scholarship. He's proud to be the chairman, the current chairman of Sandals Corporate University Advisory Board. He was educated in Jamaica and the USA and Switzerland and holds numerous professional certificates, an honorary Bachelor's of Arts degree and associate degree in hospitality. Despite his busy schedule, he finds time to lead us in the Agricultural Tourism Network at the Tourism Enhancement Fund. And I could tell you a lot more about Wayne, but believe me when I say he's absolutely well qualified to be here. My next panelist is Ms. Candice Constantine, the coordinator of the Agricultural Linkages Exchange Center. Candice is an energetic tourism professional with experience in event conceptualization, planning, and coordination. Her expertise further extends to public and stakeholder relationships, consumer experience design, income generating strategies. She currently holds the position as a project coordinator for Alex, where her expertise is currently utilized to manage the Alex unit. Her drive towards this development of Jamaica can be seen through her unwavering support. She is also a member of Rotary Club, which is an arm of Rotary International, as well as she executes professional development initiatives that adds value to youth within Jamaica and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Candice. And now, Mr. Adrian Robinson, Chief Executive Officer of A&R FAR. So we're talking about somebody who walked the walk. And Mr. Robinson is a visionary agricultural producer with over 32 years' experience in developing innovative practices to optimize productivity and resource management. His farming enterprise, ARN Farm, provides a wide variety of primary produce for major clientele within the external tourism industry. His stellar contribution to agriculture has been recognized through numerous platforms. This includes being recognized as the Coconut Industry Board's National Champion Coconut Farmer of 2023. The Jamaica Agricultural Society National Champion Class D, over 100 acres for 2023, a special award for agriculture and tourism linkages, and placing third in High Post 2023 National Champion Farmer Competition. So you see what we have here? Somebody who knows what they're doing and recently can show that they are worthy of doing what they're doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 esteemed members of the panel, and I'll now be having a conversation with them about the agriculture linkages, the nexus between agriculture and wellness tourism. I'm going to take my seat, and I'm going to start with Mr. Wayne Cummins first, right? And I'm going to ask Wayne, what is the relationship between agriculture and wellness tourism, and why is it an important nexus for discussion in today's travel industry?
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you very much. The first thing I have to tell you is that relationship is one that is evolving. In many ways, I think we are coming to know and understand, from a tourism perspective, and I'm a tourism professional, that in many ways what we started out doing in wellness, in our spas, etc., was using foreign products. More and more over the last decade, you find persons now trying to get to natural products and indigenous products, whether it is coffee, looking at the herbs and spices, etc., nutraceuticals, which are coming out of Jamaica and other places. So in many ways, it really is something that has a long way to go for growth and development. From where I sit at the Agricultural Linkages Network, at our very last meeting, you will recall, when we were preparing ourselves for this conference, we made a clear decision that we wanted to delve a little bit more deeply into the health and wellness side of what the agricultural inputs represent. How can we find a way to support a project to educate not only ourselves, but to educate the farming community as to how their inputs could better establish themselves and find their way into the tourism sector. So I think we could take it as a part of the conversation.
Thank you. Adrian, I'm going to go to you because I'm going to ask you what are some of the strategies which you have employed to adapt the increasing interest in health and wellness.
Well, first I'd love to introduce myself as a farmer who loves the Lord Jesus Christ. Yes, and just to let you guys know that my trees are not so elegantly dressed and they don't stare at me. So if I stutter, it's you cast it. All right? So what we do is that since COVID, we have recognized that persons are more health conscious, and they are now gravitating to, farm to table type of setting, right? So we are now we have been doing a lot of expansion on the farm. We were helped by the international ITC, which is the International Trade Center, with the program. They are trying to rebuild the coconut industry in the Caribbean within 13 countries. And so they have invested in us, given us drip irrigations and stuff like that to enhance what we are doing. I have some pictures to show how we do. Can you put up?
Yeah. Yeah. You say clicker.
Yeah, I'm clicking. I'm not seeing anything. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yes. So we adapt some intercropping. You see the coconut fields. We have plantains between those, and what we are doing is maximizing our space with what we are doing. We use organic fertilizers and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So we try to make the crops as healthy as possible, and we try not to stress. We try not to expand without utilizing all the spaces that we have. So that's part of it.
Okay. Candice, I'm going to bring into the conversation. So we have heard of and we know of the opportunities based on Alex that presents itself through the agricultural sector. But oftentimes, the producers are limited to the capacity to initiate and maintain the linkages. What are some of the challenges that you have seen from the linkage?
Thank you for the question. Alex is in a unique
position because it was created to make linkages. And those market linkages are often facilitated through or under the operation of TEF and RADA. And as you can imagine, two sectors who facilitate businesses with different business models often present challenges. So you have farmers who are suppliers who are looking to supply the market and would like to get transactions happening now. You have hoteliers and restaurant owners and other entities within the tourism sector who are not as rigid on the payment schedule as farmers would like. So that presents challenges in making viable and sustainable connections at times, but we do try our best to assist with making those connections and encouraging and informing farmers and buyers as to how best they can negotiate terms and make the relationships work.
So let me step back a little before you go forward. I want you to explain to the audience for me, Alex, and how it works. I'm not going to make the assumption that we all know about it. Just tell us, what is Alex and how it works?
So the Agri-Linkages Exchange, Alex for short, was created under the Ministries of Tourism and Agriculture, with TEF and RADA being the operating agencies to connect farmers to the tourism sector and other large markets locally. The initial goal was to reduce the level of importation that occurs within the country, as well as reduce excess spoilage of produce that would happen from time to time that the farmers report on. So with the studies that they have put in place, they created this initiative to ensure that efficient connections are happening, farmers being connected to markets that they wouldn't readily have access to through the website that was created to make this happen. So it's not just us being behind the phones, making these calls and connections, but farmers can go online, buyers can go on the Agri-Linkages website, they can upload their produce, put the quantity and prices in place, and buyers can make transactions happen with the farmers through the websites, and we facilitate that exchange.
Thank you. So what you have is a technological solution to connecting our buyers and our sellers, and in this case, our buyers is the tourism industry, and of course, the persons who would be selling would be our farmers.
Yes.
Thank you. Wayne, I want you to tell me how our local destinations can position ourselves to get more opportunities. I hear Mr. Robbins have a 100-acre farm with coconut. Why is it that tourists are swarming, going through the coconut farm? Some of us don't even know what coconut looks like. How do we get our farms to be tourist attraction? What is it we should be doing? Or what is it we can be doing?
That's a fantastic question, because I think there are disconnects between the business and expectations of the people running tourism from that of the people who are running the business, the very important business of agriculture. There are many, many things that make us intersect. The first thing is that the way the tourism side looks at those experiences on a farm, other than buying their product, is if you are wanting to operate it as an attraction, then it needs to be formalized. You need to look at opportunities such as the incentives that are offered by the Ministry of Tourism, and turn your farm into an experience that is saleable and safe, and find a way to monetize it. A number of players have actually done that. So if you have a farm-to-table experience, if you have a particular tour that you know makes sense, can be packaged properly, it is very, very easy to work with the Tourism Product Development Company and the Ministry of Tourism to get there. There are a number of tour operators who are looking for this kind of product to sell. What's important is that you need to know, get somebody to help you to package it. So I would love to go on an experience, and more persons are traveling, to become in tune and to touch the specific experiences that are local. Farm to Table does that perfectly. What you don't need to have is not just a brilliant farm, but you don't need to have a kitchen experience, a dining experience, somebody who can really, really explain the farm and its benefits. if there are anything other than just crops, if you have a river, if you have, whatever the unique selling proposition is for the product, put it into a package that makes it a saleable tour. I think that is the beginning. There are tour companies that will actually make it very successful for you. But specifically now to the produce that comes from the farm, I think in many ways farmers are very focused on doing their job. Oftentimes they lack the ability, the skills to market their products. So there needs to be, like we have in the case of Alex, but you also need to find other ways. If we encourage you to use Alex because it is an amazing product. Candice told me last month that you traded over $31 million in produce just for last month alone across the system, and we know it can be better, and it is going to be better. But notwithstanding that, if you have somebody, be it from your community, from your family, etc., who needs to take on the marketing role and go out there and make those contacts, knock on the doors of those hotels, it's not going to be easy, it never is, but nothing that is successful is ever easy. I think that those are some of the things that happens. These hoteliers aren't typically coming out and going to a farmer and says, I want to do business with you. You actually have to go and knock those doors down.
So what I'm hearing is that what we need is that middle person. We need that middle person who is not necessarily the farmer, who is not necessarily the hotel manager, but somebody who can connect the dots. Because I'd love to see tourists walking through acres of farm, strawberry farms, perhaps picking the strawberry farms. Some of them, you have the peppers, you have the strawberries. You've never seen what they look like. Picking it, eating it, and then you probably offer them some additional things. If you pick the pepper, eat it, you probably sell them water. But something. But just going
a little more than water, probably.
Just going through the farms and experiencing that rich fruit, whichever in the season. Mr. Robinson, what is preventing the farmer from going ahead with an opportunity? So you have a 100-acre farm, you have plantings, you have other things that you plant. What is it that would have prevented you from turning that in a full-scale attraction? What are the challenges you see with doing that?
Well, it is nice that you touch a topic because we have already started a farm tour. Unfortunately for us, we started the farm tour just before COVID. And after going through all the ins and outs, working things out, we actually had a tour company working with us. We had hired somebody to do the marketing and the grounds operation. We did 2 tours and COVID came in. And we were left with a lot of loans to be paid in COVID. And I don't know if there is any representative from Scotiabank, but they called me 5 times per week. And it was very annoying. Now, we have not started back the tour aspect of it as yet. But we are now looking into doing the schools, an educational farm tour. I don't think we are able to go up to the insurance, the little detailed things to do with the tourism right now. So looking into loans and stuff and institutions that are able to maybe enhance what we want to do, maybe we can go that way. But for right now, we want to do the schools. And I'm going to show you a clip. We actually do weddings. And all right, this is our events area and the farm. Are we seeing it from here?
Yes. Well, we're not seeing it up there. Yes, we're seeing it now.
Right. So we have this area here that we do weddings and we do events. Up to today, we have...
It's not up there.
We have a couple coming from the cruise ship that is getting married here today. We have a wedding tomorrow. We have a wedding Sunday. So we are not just farmers that just do the dirty work and all of that. We try to maximize what we do and in our farms, right? And we think we have great potentials to go further. We are thinking about putting up cottages to have a farm resort so people can come and stay over and, as you say, pick a fruit and walk around, maybe have a lap pool where you can just jump and swim or whatever, and a hike trail and all of those. We are looking into all of that, but we'll have to do some more talking and negotiating to get funding because it's not easy. You know, the reality is things are very tight.
But which brings me to say that the Tourism Enhancement Fund have invested in the Exim Bank $1 billion. And in that Exim Bank is the opportunity for you to borrow a loan to enhance your tourism enterprise. So the Exim Bank will connect you with Mr. Barnaby.
Okay.
So very good. And some of the challenges that not just Mr. Robinson have, we have a business opportunities forum coming up on Wednesday next week where we're going to be speaking about having a business. What are the opportunities lies in having a business? Because sometimes as farmers out there, and I know some of you might not be in the room, but you might be listening virtually, there are some obstacles that you feel are great obstacles. It's really about knowing how to connect that dots. And next week, Wednesday, at the Courtier Auditorium, we have the answers for you. But looking at the way forward for today, I would like to hear from Wayne, how can local destinations position their enterprises? You have done it with Island Roots, so you know what to do to harness more opportunities through agriculture.
So local destinations, or
how can local destinations, our local, well, I should just say local destinations, local, these opportunities presenting through the tourism, agricultural linkages?
Yeah. So I think there are, I didn't know much about agriculture other than buying agricultural produce until you asked me to chair the linkages network. And then I realized that the relationship was deep and wide. I think as you look around the country, there are so many amazing businesses on these farms, be they large or small. The real challenge that they have is that they're in their world. The challenge that we have is that we're in ours as well. While the tourism people use their well-established channels, all the business that they're used to going to tours, whether it's a falls or it is a hike or something that is high impact, many people on our side are not necessarily thinking about going off into those really wonderful local things. Somehow we need to find a way to, whether it's a team that is probably we can work on through the TEF, through linkages, to go in and identify farm businesses that are ready to come to the tourism market. And I think maybe that's probably how we should approach it, because it is not natural and inherent to those who own farms to be able to make those linkages. In the case of Mr. Robinson, he has an amazing property from what we're seeing here, and he has the aptitude to do it. Maybe we need to get on our pony and go out and find some of these businesses and see how we can turn them into attractions and make that link for them. I'm thinking that's probably the easiest way. But those who have the acumen, whether it's themselves, their family members, hire somebody to do it, they should just know that first thing that you want to do is that you want to be licensed. You want to be registered. There are requirements for insurance, because once you start to think about getting involved in the tourism business, you're also dealing with persons who, yes, are prepared to spend their money for authentic experiences, but if there's an accident, you're going to pay the price. I'd much prefer for you not to pay the price, but your insurance to stand with you. So I recommend that people look at it, first of all, as a very serious endeavor before they wade into it. But I think we can offer them some advice.
Thank you so much. I'm just excited about the idea of Mr. Sheikah Clark on a pony, riding from one attraction to another, looking at those farms. That sounds very exciting. Candice, based on the lessons learned from the operation of Alex, what are the opportunities that you think primary producers can tap into for the wellness tourism?
I was actually smiling through his presentation because he has done a lot of what we encourage our farmers to do. Put in place value-added products and experiences that can enhance your client's relationship with your buyers. So that is something that I think is amazing. And I would encourage all suppliers to look into it. It doesn't have to be a farm tour, which is always welcome because they have beautiful farms. And that they can expose persons to not only be fascinated by, but to also want to invest in more agritourism initiatives within the country, so that a lot of the money that is spent can stay here and we can build more here. But they can also liaise with us at Alex, and they will know what kind of crops that they can plant for these wellness entities, wellness tourism entities. A lot of times buyers reach out to us and they want to know if we have suppliers for certain crops, because they want to create products within their spaces and they might have issues with consistency or not knowing who to tap into. So we are here with the farmers, we try to make them knowledgeable enough of what to plant. So that's something that they can look out for, information, market information in real time as to what they can do with the little or much that they have.
Thank you. Mr. Adrian, a thought just came into my head. So we have you with coconut and plantains, and I'm thinking, what if, because as a farmer, you know other large farmers, you do coconut and plantain, and somebody else did yam and banana, and another great farmer. How do you feel about perhaps a cluster of large farmers making themselves? I mean, I don't know if there should be a farmers network making themselves available where the tour operators could actually come in and speak to you to organize. What is your feeling on that as a possible solution to the way forward?
Yes, part of what we do at A&R Farms, we also do marketing, where we buy from other farmers and supply the hotels as well, right? And we have a farmers group, based on what I was telling you about the International Trade Center, ITC, linked with the European Union. We have formed a cluster of farmers that we have regular meetings with, and also I am the lead farmer, so they would come on my farm and see what we are doing there, and take it to their farm, and I would go and visit and show, kind of direct them in the right direction. So we have a group already, so it wouldn't be hard for somebody to come in and speak to that group. All right, we try to educate them about that farming is not a hustle. Farming is a long term, it's a multi-billion-dollar business, you know, but some farmers will go into it and just want to make a quick dollar and come out of it. Farming is wider than that. So this group, we try to look on farming is not a light, a more intense way that it's a generational thing. Because even now, if you are aware that India is now saying that they are going to stop exporting grains. They want to reserve it for their people. Jamaica is not secure where food security is concerned. I don't think we are in a position to feed our nation. And that is a really serious position to be in. Right? So we have to get, and that is where our farm tour is also heading, in the schools to educate the children that farming is not dirty pants and an old donkey and all of that. You know, it is much more than that right now. So until we do that, we are in some serious trouble.
Thank you. That's why I'm not going on a donkey, I'm going on a pony.
You're going on a pony.
More upscale. So I'm going to ask our panelists, I'm giving you 2 minutes each to give me your conclusion between the link between how you see agriculture and tourism. I'm starting with you, Wayne.
I want to touch on two things. I think a lot of our farmers, and Jamaica has, I'm told, nearly 500,000 farmers across, most of them being subsistent farmers. A lot of them will continue to have real challenges connecting to bigger purchasing opportunities. In those instances where they can't make those linkages themselves, first things first, get in touch with Alex. However, there are other opportunities by using aggregators, consolidators, who can help them get their produce to the hotels. The other thing, and particularly as relates to wellness, I don't think that any of us, including myself, should assume that we know enough about what is happening in the wellness space in terms of the products, the ingredients, what is it that they need. And I would encourage persons who are in that space to come and seek us out. Seek us out at TEF, seek us out at Linkages, seek us out at Alex, to talk to us specifically about what inputs they need more of, particularly in the agricultural space. Maybe we can work together to encourage the farming community to make a greater investment to ensure that those products are hopefully uniquely Jamaican. Because I believe that there's definitely a massive market, certainly when you plug it back into tourism, spas, shops, etc. I think if you come and talk to us so that we can see if we can open the door a little bit wider for you.
Thank you. Candice?
Yes, thanks. I believe food security is a very important component to tourism. And initiatives like Alex, which is a free service offered by the government, can assist with the issues associated with food security. And a lot of persons may not know much about agriculture and how impactful it is to the tourism space. That's why we're here. That's why we're here to not only encourage people, but to make you knowledgeable enough to want to invest more in both spaces and give back to the country. It is a very viable sector to be a part of, and just knowing that you are adding value to your country and food, which we all love and can't do without, should be meaningful enough for you to want to be a part of.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson?
Yes. Fortunately for me, I was a part of the hotel industry before I went into farming. And so I had a general idea what the hotel requires. Now, a tourist comes to Jamaica, don't want American apple. They want to try Jamaican apple. They want to try what we plant in the tropics, you know. And unfortunately, we have to import these stuff to fill the gap because Jamaicans farmer can't really supply the demand, you know. So my encouragement is just to say we have to be more serious and we have to be more intentional, because all the US dollars that are, we have guests coming from the US, and then half of the money is going back to the US to purchase the food. It is not staying in Jamaica, and we need to have it to stay here.
Thank you. So my panelists, I'd like to thank you very much for your insight and the depth of knowledge that you displayed. I learned a number of things from you all. What I heard from Mr. Cummins, that when we're talking about agriculture, we speak a lot about food, but there's so much untapped from the other side. We need products to make our skincare. A number of our persons start from scratch. So we need that bush, that plant, whatever it is, we need them. We need that amount of supply. So some additional research needs to be done as to what exactly we need. What is it we need even to make the drink, that particular black mint that is so well sought after. So when we're talking about agriculture, we're not just talking about food. We heard from Candy, she spoke about the whole technology, linking food and technology, which we spent a lot of time speaking about today. And from Mr. Robinson, the fact that yes, there are opportunities. He said that we use American apples to fill the gap. I'm happy to hear that we use the American food to fill the gap. That's not so much what people think about us in tourism, right, Wayne? They think it's the other way around. But what I heard, though, is that there is an opportunity for us to invest more in agriculture, because there is a gap to be filled. I hope the discussion does not stop here, but I hope we continue by plugging those gaps. And I look forward to putting it into policy documents for us to ensure that what we have spoken about here becomes a reality. Thank you so much
I know we are
being
strapped
here.
for time, but I would just like to encourage all of us here because where Jamaica is heading right now, it's a lot of confusion. I mean, with the crime and the road fatalities and all of that, just to remind us that we have a spiritual side. We're talking about physical food, but there's also a spiritual side. And I just want to encourage us to keep on praying, repent of our sins, and turn to the Almighty God. And He will hear from heaven, He'll heal our lands, and He'll forgive our sins. That is simply my story that I carry all the time, all right? God bless you.
Thank you so much, and that's a beautiful way in which to end. Our spirituality is always ever so important. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists and our moderator, for such an insightful panel, such an exciting time in the agriculture sector, specifically as it relates to health and wellness tourism. All right, so we're going to ask Mrs. McDonald-Riley to stay on stage. She's going to moderate the last and final panel, which is the Blue Ocean Strategy that has been our theme all weekend. Supporting an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient tourism product.
So, yes, I am here again. I first must apologize for Mr. David Dobson, who unfortunately did not make it up from Kingston, so here I am. And what we're talking about now is the Blue Ocean Strategy, supporting an inclusive, sustainable, resilient wellness. I think we have 2 of our panelists here, and 2 will be online. But let me introduce it to a little about what we talk about the Blue Ocean Strategy, what it is, before I invite my panelists up. It is often said that we should never waste a crisis.
Yeah, give it to Amanda.
The tourism sector, like many other sectors, was devastated by the novel coronavirus pandemic, which led to the closure of Jamaica's borders to international travel in March 2020. Under the direction of the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, the ministry has adopted the application of the Blue Ocean Strategy to ensure the tourism sector thrives in the post-COVID-19 era. And for the period 2021 to 2025, the focus will be bouncing back, reimagining, building forward, building stronger. And it is therefore strategic that over the last 2 days, the theme of the conference is the Blue Ocean Revolution, unlocking the potential in health and wellness tourism. It is also fitting that this is the closing panel of the 5th annual Health and Wellness Tourism, examining the topic, the Blue Ocean Strategy. So, I'm going to share with you a brief introduction on my panelists. We have 2 in person, 2 online, and we will be speaking about the Blue Ocean Strategy. My first panelist is Ms. Carol Shaw, Manager of Tourism Linkages and Jamaica Promotions Corporation. And I'll speak about Ms. Shaw as she enters. Ms. Carol Shaw has an extensive management and operational experience spanning over 20 years in marketing, sales practices within the tourism sector. She has worked...
elbow. Oops. Sorry.
She has worked closely with investors from all over the world in establishing their investment projects in Jamaica, as well as corporate entities in North America, Europe, and South America in the management of individual and group travel to the Caribbean. She has a good knowledge of French, German, and Spanish. I'll be speaking to her in English, though, today. She's team motivator with proven track record in providing effective and timely solutions to various business and management problems. And in her current position as the manager of the tourism and linkages at the Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO, she is responsible for the promotion of investments in these areas for the development and execution of related strategic marketing plans. Let's welcome Carl Straw. Then we have Dr. Shannon Philgon Robinson. She's online. Okay. Hi, Doc. And Dr. Chanel is a social development and sustainability specialist who has a passion for doing meaningful work. She holds both a Bachelor of Arts and Doctor of Philosophy in Geography from the University of the West Indies Mona campus and has extensive experience working on projects throughout the Caribbean. She currently works as a social development specialist at the World Bank, where she provides policy advice to governments and other regional and national organizations on how to sustainably implement multi-sectoral development initiatives. Prior to this, she spearheaded the social management of the 2017 capital dredging of the ship access channel in the Kingston Harbor, as well as designed and led the implementation of the Ports of Kingston's Corporate Social Responsibility Program. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Fingal Robinson. Then we have Mr. Damian Gordon. He's also online. He's a Senior Research Fellow, Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Mr. Gordon has a background in tourism resilience research with specific focus on vulnerabilities facing tourism-dependent economies. He has worked with tourism experts to prepare a wide array of publications related to tourism resilience studies, including journal articles, books, reports, and manuals. He has also played a key role in helping to organize several conferences and knowledge forums built among the sustainable management theme. So, those are our panelists, and in setting the context for the discussion, we will have a brief overview of the buzzword Blue Ocean Strategy. What exactly is it? And I'll tell you in a minute. The Blue Ocean Strategy, it is a business strategy The framework, in its simplest terms, it is where the businesses create demand rather than fight over it. So we are competing, we are not competing. That's the easiest way my minister has taught me, right? And it contrasts with the red ocean strategy. So we're at blue. What does the red do? In the red strategy, companies try to outperform their competitors and grab the market share of existing demand. What does blue strategy does? Rather than competing under the blue ocean, we are created uncontested markets to serve. So we are really looking at what is it we're good at, and we market ourselves on that. Now that I've established that, I'm really going to turn to my panelists to answer 3 questions, and they're really going to be making their presentation. How can the Blue Ocean strategy support the increased linkages? How can the Blue Ocean strategy meet the changing interest of the modern traveler? Nicola spoke to us about what the modern traveler looks like. And how can the Blue Ocean strategy increase inclusiveness? So, Carol, I'm going to start with you, and you tell me how the Blue Ocean strategy can cater to the changing demand of the modern traveler.
Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. Okay. I'm trying to see how to operate this. Okay. All right. So, all right. Carolyn just summarized, but again, I'll just give it to you in a nutshell in terms of the Blue Ocean strategy. It's basically getting into an unknown market space where there is little or no competition, and then maximizing your opportunity there. So it is supposed to be a low-cost type of entry into a new market, but of course, certainly as you get established, those factors will change. And it is about creating demand, as Carolyn said, rather than fighting over demand. And if you are a pioneer investor, which is really what some of this is about, you are able to grow quickly if you market yourself correctly and be able to dominate the market before other players come in. So we were asked to kind of look at how this affects the modern traveler. So let's see what the modern traveler is seeking. And in the research, various publications indicated the following trends. They're seeking, especially since COVID, seeking new cultural experiences. They're also looking at things like wellness breaks, and of course, in this era of digitization, technical breaks, you want to call it that, or breaks to rejuvenate become more and more important. Then there is the development of what is called leisure travel, right? And what that involves is persons taking longer stays on their vacation and combining work and pleasure. So you have a scenario where you go away, you're enjoying some sun, sand, and beach, but you're not out of touch with what's happening at work. And I can tell you, I have a friend who works in a major communication company overseas as a director. And every time you look at Facebook, he's in some part of the world having a great time, but he's also running his department. He lives in Canada, where he has supervisor responsibility for a number of persons. So, of course, this is all thanks to technology. One is able to pursue options like this. Then there's a question of discovering remote locations or going off the beaten path. And certainly in Jamaica, we have a lot of attractions that are off the beaten path, right? As a matter of fact, everybody knows about Dunn's River, but I'm sure there are some of us who knows that there are other waterfalls that are in the vicinity of Dunn's River that are not well known, right, but are probably only known by the communities there. And if we look on Instagram, we'll see where persons are going to blue holes, all kinds of locations that are not well known by the well-traveled tourists, but are now becoming increasingly popular with social media, and you know, they're discovering these gems. Hidden gems, of course, just expanding on that point, because again, it's not just about sun, sea, and sand, right? It's about what our towns and villages have to offer. We have a lot of historical, you know, features in our towns that many of us ignore, or we don't even know them. And then there are some tourists who can come here and give us the whole bill and receipt on the history because they've taken the time to do the research. And of course, there's the whole question of healing, right? As a country, we talk about healing. We are accustomed from a cultural standpoint to looking at herbs as the first point of contact then, or port of call when one is sick. You hardly hear somebody getting flu or getting a cold and saying that they're going to go to the doctor first. The first thing they want is some fever grass tea, some ganja tea, some kind of tea to get them going. Some kind of, you know, maybe poultice or whatever that's naturally made before they get into the whole formal medical system. And in terms of speaking of the off the beaten track, the thing is, if you're a consumer like me who likes nature and all of that, you love nature, but you like a little touch of modern amenity there. So we do need to have a certain level of infrastructure, even though we're talking about off the beaten path, whatever that is, okay? So what are the opportunities? And I am just making sure that I'm on the right slide here. No, I think I skipped it. Yeah. How do I get back? Back?
I can.
Okay. I think I went too far. Okay. The fact of the matter is that Jamaica has all these things and more to offer. The presenters who preceded me went in great detail in terms of all the various niches that are around. We have the marathons, we have the farm to table, we have the spas, you know, we have healing retreats, you name it, we have it, right? And on top of that, all of this is offered, all of this is cushioned rather by Jamaica's brand, which is very strong internationally, both in terms of our music, our sports, our gastronomy. We also have microclimates all around the island, which allows one to have, you know, attractive farms that can spawn the growth of agritourism. I have also on my slide the simplicity of rural life with lots of question signs, because, I mean, you can have the good, the bad, and the ugly, but you do have quite a few communities who, you know, foster that spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood, use a lot of natural products, simple cooking styles, using the river. You know, some of us can relate to the fact that growing up in the country, the river was an integral part of life for domestic as well as for professional use. You know, the river was a central part of life. Then there's the high flavor profiles of our products. Our cocoa is one of the top 8 finest cocos in the world, right? Our coffee, everybody knows Blue Mountain coffee. There's also High Mountain coffee, or ginger, and we could go on and on. Okay. So the fact of the matter is these things exist, right? And as we go along, we'll talk about more about developing these things some more. You know, I think we've started the coffee trail, which I think takes place every March as a promotion through the Ministry of Tourism, where, you know, you have a trail that goes through up into the Blue Mountain featuring the coffee, featuring the cuisine, featuring the various uses of the coffee and so forth. And we could easily use something like that for cocoa. We, as Dr. Wallace intimated, we are home to most of the world's medicinal plants, and those plants are endemic to Jamaica, right? And there is great potential there from a number of perspectives in terms of what to move forward with. And we also have, believe it or not, we take it for granted, but we have pretty good infrastructure, right? Yes, there are some roads, if we're going off the beaten path, there are quite a few roads that, of course, will need some repair. But on the whole, we have good telecom infrastructure, good port infrastructure, good road networks. And that is important in terms of being able to contact one another and doing what you have to do. So, what are the opportunities, right? And again, you were treated to a whole host of things that were mentioned. Reggae Marathon, we have, as I mentioned, farm to table, all these things, spas. But I want to also just highlight that if you follow Instagram, for example, what you'll see is a lot of what I call bespoke or custom tours that are developed. There are people out there who are doing culinary tours. There are persons who are tailor-making tours into some of these remote locations for tourists to discover the blue holes and the waterfalls and all these things. And there's great potential there. I met a gentleman who actually, he brings down persons from Eastern Europe. Years ago I met him to learn dancehall movements in Jamaica. And then those persons go back to Eastern Europe and teach their students how to dance dancehall, right? So the niches are endless, right? In terms of our ecotourism product, we really have to start both from a public and a private and an individual perspective, really start to take responsibility for the preservation of our environment. The fact of the matter, as a traveler comes down, a bunch of garbage greeting them in our Kingston Harbor, or a bunch of garbage greeting them on the roadside is not the way to make your tourism product attractive. More attention and care, and I'm going to emphasize at an individual level, needs to be taken to keep our place, our environment clean and attractive for the traveler to come and have that positive experience. We also need to create safe environments for both our locals and our tourists. They must feel free to go anywhere in Jamaica, whether it's a remote location, an established resort, whatever. They must feel free to move around without fear. And some of us are our own worst enemies because we're the first ones when people want to go outside to tell persons, don't go down the road because they're going to chop off your head. Right? Those things, if we're not positive about our product, how are we going to get other persons to be positive about us? God bless the Jamaica Tourist Board and the ministry for what they're doing, because it's a lot of objections that you meet in the marketplace, and some of these, especially as it relates to crime, are difficult to overcome. All right, okay, let me just finish up with the last one here. The other thing that we need to pay attention to is we need to educate our Jamaicans in terms of entrepreneurship, right? Building that knowledge of doing business from early childhood, and as you get older, you learn more. Now, I'm told to wrap up, so I'm going to wrap up now, but there are a lot of things we can talk about here. JAMPRO's role is to facilitate you as you try to develop your programs. We also have an Export Max program, which is really to get exporters up to the level of being internationally competitive. There is an Export Max 4 program that's currently taking applications for new entrants, and we'll be happy to assist you with further information as you go along.
Thank you. We're going to come back to you. But beautiful suggestions. As we hear, what is it we're doing is getting out of our comfort zone that we are into every day, going into new spaces. But certainly, that is that provides an opportunity for us to position ourselves in a niche tourism market. I'll now invite Mr. Damian Gordon to share with us how is it that the Blue Ocean strategy can support increased linkages. Damian? So we'll hear a presentation from Damian now, and then we go to Dr. Finnegan. Go ahead, Damian.
Yes, give me a second. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so the purpose of my presentation is to show or demonstrate how the concept of the Blue Ocean strategy aligns with the promotion of wellness tourism in Jamaica. So we'll begin by providing an overview of the context of tourism development in Jamaica and the Caribbean by extension. Now, the traditional tourism product in the Caribbean is built around the concepts or the ideas of the sun, the sand, and the sea. Tourists come to the Caribbean in large numbers, and they generally flock to the same resort towns and the same resorts, based on the all-inclusive concept. There are some challenges associated with this traditional approach. One, there is the issue or the concern that the all-inclusive concept has not allowed for the benefits of tourism development in Jamaica to trickle down to local communities, because for the most part, tourists stay on hotel properties. There's also the concern about sustainability, because this traditional tourism product is also based on the idea that visitors should enjoy themselves without any form of restraint. So it's based on high levels of consumption or excess. What this has translated into is really oftentimes the unsustainable uses of resources and energy and high levels of waste. So that's another issue. The other issue has to do with the impacts of climate change and global warming, these phenomena are undermining the sun and the sea, the concept around which our tourism product has been built. For one, the climate change and global warming impact are eroding our coastal areas, our beaches, and presenting negative implications for our coastal infrastructure. Most of our tourist hotels are built along the coastal areas, so obviously we have to be concerned about that. While there is an abundance of sun, the reality is that is associated with warmer temperatures, which are producing adverse consequences such as increased droughts, which are affecting agriculture and food supply and the adequacy of our water supply systems. The reality also is that Caribbean destinations generally offer the same tourism product, and therefore they tend to attract the same type of tourists. And because of this, it's very difficult for any single destination to achieve competitive advantage. The competitive advantage could be greater if destinations were offering differentiated products. So because most destinations in the region are offering the same type of product and catering to the same type of tourists, you find that they're all competing for the same market, for the same slice of the pie. The reality is that if the targeted product differentiation, they will be able to expand their appeal to meet the diverse interests and expectations of different types of tourists. Now, contemporary tourists are traveling for a wide range of reasons. They're not just traveling to have the consume and eat and have fun. They are traveling for the purpose of many of them are medical tourists, they're health and wellness tourists, they're eco tourists, they're adventure tourists, sport tourists, culture and heritage. So the reality is that the expectations of global international travelers are now more diverse and differentiated. And if Jamaica were able to offer a differentiated tourism product, it would be able to create a lane for itself, to separate itself from the other destinations in the Caribbean. And that becomes a pathway to increasing the country's market share of international travelers, but also to secure competitive advantage. And it is within that context that the idea of the Blue Ocean strategy has essentially emerged. Now, the Blue Ocean strategy is also really about enabling destinations in the Caribbean that are vulnerable to also transition toward sustainable tourism development, which has been defined by the world, the UNWTO, as tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, industry, the environment, and host communities. So while we obviously welcome the economic opportunities that tourism offers, we also have to be mindful and become more conscious of the environmental impact of tourism. And therefore, we must seek to pursue the growth and development of tourism segments that allow us to balance the economic, the social, and environmental imperatives. We don't have to sacrifice one for the other. We can balance the economic with the social and also the environment. All of those are critical facets of engendering a sustainable tourism product in the Caribbean. Now, so the Blue Ocean strategy also aligns with at least 3 of the 5 pillars of the Ministry of Tourism strategy for long-term tourism development, which are new markets, creating new products, and promoting investment. It's about leveraging, again, a competitive advantage, creating value to product differentiation and also diversification. So we need to consider also what are the areas for tourism development and product differentiation that Jamaica as a destination has advantage in. In other words, what are the opportunities for niche market development? We can determine what are the opportunities for niche market development by better understanding some of the trends in international tourism and travel. And based on my research, these are 5 trends that have become evident in international tourism and travel over the last several years. There is now a growing demand among international travelers for sustainable. In fact, a report published by the World Economic Forum indicated that 76% of international travelers they want more sustainable travel options. Secondly, more travelers now are concerned about quality over quantity. They want more scaled down experiences, unique and authentic experiences. And as the previous speaker noted, many of them want to seek out, inner gems. Third, there is an increase in terms of the number of international travelers who are willing to spend more to ensure that their travel experience meets their needs. They are less concerned about cost. They are willing to spend more to ensure that the travel experiences meet their needs and expectations. More international travelers are also interested in experiential tourism. They want more immersive experiences. Tourism is becoming more social-led rather than product-led. So they want to immerse themselves into the communities. They want to connect with people, and they want to connect with culture, right? Differentiation as well. Gone are the days when most international travelers were, again, interested in a particular tourism product, and destinations such as those in the Caribbean have been built around that traditional tourism product. The needs of international tourists and travelers have become more diverse and differentiated, and as such, the tourism product needs to evolve to meet those expectations. There's also a wellness wave, and this is significantly associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. There's a heightened sense of health consciousness and social consciousness in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic. So the 2023 Global Travel Trends Report found that 72% of respondents are more interested in self-care than they were a year ago, while 57% plan to take extended vacations to focus on wellness. Now, this leads us to the direction of this discussion, the positioning of wellness tourism as a niche market in Jamaica. So wellness tourism constitutes the intersection of two large and growing multi-trillion-dollar industries, tourism and wellness. Jamaica has the potential to become a pioneer of wellness tourism in the Caribbean, mainly because of the fact that Jamaica possesses natural endowments that would make the promotion of wellness tourism an attractive option. We have an abundance of springs, rivers, herbs, spices, vegetation, our rich culture and heritage, our food, and our natural habitat. Those are built-in resources and assets that would give us a competitive advantage in terms of developing a niche market around wellness. Currently, the wellness tourism market is valued at 720 billion US dollars. That is something that we can tap into, to leverage competitive advantage, to tap into the increasingly differentiated international tourism market. There are potential benefits of exploring wellness tourism. One, wellness tourists are international travelers who travel for the purpose of wellness. This type of tourism is less seasonal than the traditional tourism product in the Caribbean, in the sense that you find that hotel occupancies peak during specific seasons of the year, and during other times of the year, you find that hotel occupancies tend to be low. Wellness tourists, however, are less seasonal. They travel regardless of the time of the year because they're seeking out, new experiences that are consistent with their interests in a healthy lifestyle, and therefore there is no specific time of the year that wellness tourists would travel. They travel any time of the year. So this is a less seasonal tourism segment. Wellness tourists are also high spenders. They tend to spend more when they travel, which means that when they go to a destination, they will spend more with the locals in the communities, buying food, and going on adventures, and going to spas, etc. Wellness tourists are also more environmentally and socially conscious. So they're concerned about the protection of the environment. They're concerned about the preservation of the heritage and culture of the people. So that again helps us to balance the economic benefits and value of tourism, the social and the environmental. Because they're concerned about protecting the environment, protecting culture. They're concerned about the quality of the workforce, the conditions in which locals work. So they are concerned about many of the issues that are really linked to this idea of sustainable development. And wellness tourism is also aligned with the promotion of community-based tourism, because wellness tourists tend to avoid the resort towns and the traditional resorts and tend to seek out the inner gems and the community-based amenities and the community-based products. And therefore, wellness tourism becomes a pathway also to promote community-based tourism. So, just to wrap up, because I will make myself available, obviously, to respond to some of the questions from members of the audience. The promotion of wellness tourism and the promotion of a blue ocean strategy in Jamaica obviously cannot take place in a vacuum. There are things that must be done to develop our capacity to welcome wellness tourists. And one, we have to focus on brand development, which is really carving out a unique brand based on specific wellness offerings, such as services, attractions, and products. In other words, what will Jamaica be known for in the realm of wellness tourism? We want to carve out that brand that people can identify and associate Jamaica with. This is what Jamaica has to offer. This is what brand Jamaica is as it relates to wellness tourism. So when we think about the set of services and products and attractions that we will offer in order to carve out this unique brand that speak to what Jamaica is, what Jamaica means in terms of the wellness tourism. We also have to emphasize marketing and networking, which is very important. In the same way we use JTB to promote the resorts and the big hotels in Jamaica, we also need to use those forums to also promote wellness tourism as well. Jamaica has to be promoted as a wellness tourism destination, and therefore we have to pay attention to the marketing and networking. Infrastructure development. This is very important. We have to find ways to build out community infrastructure to ensure that wellness tourism can lead to local economic development. This entails, for example, that community-based small-scale enterprises in remote areas have the amenities in place to be able to welcome and serve the needs of tourists. We have to think about the road infrastructure, the telecommunication infrastructure, the upgrading and maintaining of heritage and cultural sites, the upgrading of spas, spa facilities, natural spas, and river amenities. We have to think about the infrastructure as well. We have to also ensure that we offer culturally sensitive products that ensure that the quality and nature are not only resources, but are also something to which the products that we develop in terms of wellness tourism are adjusted to meet the interests of the environment and the culture of the people. So this is my contribution. Obviously I will field questions. This is my contribution, showing how the Blue Ocean strategy is
Thank you,
aligned with the
Damien.
promotion of wellness tourism in Jamaica.
Thank you, Damien. So, as opposed to when we heard from Ms. Josh, she showed us the different niche markets. What Damien is saying, our tourist is also well-read. They spend time looking at, is this environmentally sound? They're looking at quality over quantity. They're looking at a number of different things to influence travel. It's not about the kind of product that we use. It's not even about the cost of the product. It is how the destination is positioned in terms of how we use our resources. That is how we capture in terms of the Blue Ocean strategy. That's what we are looking at to compete. So remember, it's not about the money. The money is fine. We're looking at, are we using environmentally sound practices? Let me hear now from the RAP segment from Dr. Finnegan Robinson, and she will share with us the inclusiveness and encouraging greater contribution to the economy. Let's hear her presentation. Doc?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So I wanted to start my presentation with sharing this quote with you. Some of you may be familiar with it, but it might be new to some people. And it goes, instead of letting the environment define your strategy, craft a strategy that defines your environment. And for me, I think that this captures very nicely one of the central themes of a Blue Ocean strategy, which is that you need to come up with ideas that are best suited to your local context. I also believe that it fits well with the idea of resilience and sustainability because it speaks to creating a specialized product that's very difficult to be copied or be replaced by something or somewhere else. Specifically, a well-designed tourism strategy, including a Blue Ocean strategy, should be tailored to the specific country context as well as the needs of the destination. And once this is done adequately, these tourism-based ocean strategies can contribute positively both to economic growth as well as inclusivity. And when I talk about inclusivity, I'm talking about, one, the residents of the destination country being more included in that tourism model, as well as the visitors themselves finding a more inclusive space. And I'm trying to, okay, my presentation, oh, there we go. So I wanted to, now there are many ways in which we can create this inclusivity and this greater economic contribution, but I wanted to look at 3 of them today. So firstly, the whole idea of diversifying your target market. And how you can do that is that you can diversify the services that you're offering by offering a wide array of health and wellness services which cater to a new customer segment that has been traditionally overlooked or perhaps ignored. So I think about maybe the people living with disabilities or perhaps the older adults or maybe even a very specialized group of executives who might be suffering from burnout, right? And focusing on these new segments expands your customer base, which increases your market size, and ultimately this increases their economic contribution and of course the revenue that's collected by the destination country. And making the industry more inclusive by catering to the specific needs and preferences of these consumers. So you can have accessible facilities, or you can design wellness programs that are specifically geared towards these health and wellness tourism. So I'm thinking maybe have a program that's specifically designed for older adults. The second way in which you can promote inclusiveness and greater economic contribution can be to collaborate with local communities. Now, a Blue Ocean strategy specifically emphasizes the idea of collaboration and forming partnerships. And one way this can be done is to work with local communities to involve them in the development and delivery of your health and wellness tourism experience. And this can be through stays, or maybe through using local healers, or other traditional health and wellness practitioners, or perhaps even having a culturally immersive experience. And what this does is that it can increase existing businesses within the community, as well as create new business opportunities. And of course, if you increase a business or you create a new business opportunities, you're going to need more workers. So it also creates employment in these local communities. And additionally, activities that emerge from Blue Ocean strategies can be a catalyst for the development of community infrastructure like roads. So the government will see that this particular activity is attracting more tourists and perhaps decide to upgrade maybe a dirt road to a paved road, or maybe a single lane road to a double lane. In addition to which, the revenue that's generated can pay for social services within these communities, such as schools or maybe health centers. And depending on the location and type of activity, the funds that are generated can also pay for the conservation of the area. Finally, a Blue Ocean strategy can promote inclusivity and greater economic contribution by addressing informality. Now, we all would know that the tourism industry is one in which informal employment is very prevalent, especially for marginalized groups. And in fact, sometimes informal employment in tourism can actually increase the marginalization and vulnerability of these groups. So if you think about new businesses or new employment opportunities that are created through a Blue Ocean strategy in health and wellness tourism, it can help formalize some types of informal workers and thereby allow them to become more included into the tourism model as well as empower them. It can also help them get access to certain benefits that they never had before. So for example, thinking about pensions, maybe NIS, maybe getting a health card so they can access health care at a much lower cost. In addition to which, the economy can also benefit as it will be able to capture more revenue from these now formalized workers or formalized businesses. So, to wrap up all my thoughts on this, I think that it's important to note that in today's post-COVID world, people have now begun to fully appreciate the importance of prioritizing their physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. More and more you see people resigning from jobs that no longer serve them because it's really bad for their mental health. You also see people refusing to go back into office 5 days a week because it affects them negatively mentally and in many cases also physically. And I would say that in spite of all the bad things that came around COVID, I would actually identify that as a positive thing because it allows us to prioritize taking care of ourselves. You know, you always say your health is your wealth, and I think COVID showed that most practically, right? And therefore, this is the perfect moment for Jamaica to expand further into the health and wellness tourism market, right, utilizing a Blue Ocean strategy. And I feel like Jamaica has a competitive edge here for 3 main reasons. Firstly, the country already has many sites and activities that are geared towards physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. So things like spas we spoke about. They also have a lot of waterfalls, you know, all these things that get to it. And there's also the potential to develop even more such experiences. Secondly, Jamaica has a strong cultural capital globally. Brand Jamaica is a well-known brand globally, right? And thirdly, and I think this is really important, you know, the largest consumers of health and wellness tourism come from North America, which also happens to be the region from which the majority of Jamaica's tourist arrivals come. And so here you can see there's a great intersection, great synergies, and great opportunity there. Therefore, Jamaica is well poised to position itself as a leading health and wellness tourism destination, which would not just increase the inclusiveness of its tourism product, but also allow the nation to earn more revenue, which ultimately it can utilize to continue to fund its continuous development. So now I bring you back to the quote that I shared at the beginning of my presentation. And I invite you to sit and think about crafting a strategy that defines your environment and what this could mean for an overall more resilient and sustainable Jamaica through health and wellness tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So there we had the three enhancing perspective, and I heard Doc encouraging us to look at the informal activities that happen. How do we embrace them? They may be informal now, but how do we incorporate them as part of our strategy? How do we increase the community tourism more? And more importantly, that it is so important that we diversify our market. We are going to be wrapping up, but I'll ask everybody a 2-minute question. I'll start with Mr. Gordon. I want you to tell me, how can we address the skills gap to the development of a more inclusive workforce using the Blue Ocean strategy? So how can we use this? We do have a skills gap. Every day we hear more and more persons saying that we need to now import labor. Labor is so short in terms of skilled labor force. How do we use the strategy to do that?
Well, obviously, our focus there should be aligned the trend in terms of the trend in tourism, international tourism, and international travel. What are the in-demand skills? Because our skill development focus should be that exists, and therefore we have to be clear or ascertain what this need is, and therefore it is imperative for us to engage. Are you hearing me?
No, we're not. I'm not hearing you clearly.
Not. Am I clear now?
Much better, yeah.
You are hearing?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm hearing just barely. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I was saying that in order for us to determine our prioritization in terms of skill development, we have to take account of the trends in terms of international tourism, ascertain what are the in-demand skills, because obviously our skill development priorities have to be aligned with the trends and the demands of the tourism workforce. We have to first engage in research and development to ensure that our programs in terms of skill development are evidence-based. So that's the first thing that we have to do. We have to look at what are some of the factors that are driving demands in international tourists, what are some of the future expectations, the future trends, as it relates to the types of skills linked to, for example, digitalization, and some of the changes which have occurred in recent years. So again, we have to engage in the research to better understand the demands and trends in international tourism, and develop our skill priorities around that research pretty much.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. And while you have spoken about looking at the trends, I'd also like to offer the fact that we are looking at what we are better at. We have to develop our own trend. What is it that is happening within our own space to see exactly where do we go? Because the international trend might not necessarily be our trend, since we are seeking to be trendsetters in our own right. But I do agree with you that we need to look at what's happening in the world space to compare with us. Ms. Carlstraw, your 2-minute question is about the supply chain, which is your area. How can we use the Blue Ocean strategy to create a more inclusive and sustainable supply chain? COVID hit, nobody could find anything. And then while the place is gradually open, we're still short on most things. How do we use the Blue Ocean strategy to counteract that?
Well, all right. So the Blue Ocean strategy talks about finding that niche that that is not as popular as some of the other niches that are there. The fact of the matter is that in Jamaica, we already have a lot of innovation going on, right, in little pockets. And I think what we need to do from the perspective of the Blue Ocean strategy is take some of these little niches and build on them. For example, we talk about farm to table, which could be a big tourist attraction, right? What are we doing to grow areas like that, that level of entrepreneurship, right? If we're talking about surfing, we know of one group that is doing surfing that's an area that can be further developed. You know, we can take these niches and try to, I wouldn't want to say structure them, because I would say we do what we can to enhance their development. Okay, so whether it's a case of helping with market support or helping with funding, because you also have Diana McIntyre Pike's Villages as Business. If every village were treated like a business, think how prosperous we could, I mean, that's, you know, how prosperous we could be as a country. You know, each village with its own unique identity. You know, it may have an environment that say one village might be surrounded by sugarcane, another village might have different herbs, some may have rivers, whatever. How do you capitalize on those natural resources in those villages to build the entrepreneurship in that way and provide the tourist with an authentic experience? And that's what I think the Blue Ocean strategy can do. These are unique niches that have the potential to be further developed.
Thank you, very much agreed. So you're saying in our communities lie the answer. Look in our communities where it is that we have an abundance of supply and work on those areas. Yes. Absolutely. Doc, the last question is for you. So we have spoken about diversification, looking at the informality, and there's something that we are very sensitive about, even in terms of our culture. There's something that would have been frowned on, or don't go that way, or we don't believe in that and that kind of thing. In what ways do you think health and wellness can be adapted to be culturally sensitive and to be respectful of diverse communities?
Wow, okay. That's quite a question, but I like that question because in my substantive work, that is one of the things that I focus on, how we can make it more inclusive for groups that are traditionally excluded in the Caribbean sphere. And to answer that question, I think that it's really just about educating and sensitizing people to how other people, I guess, or people who are different from us, live their lives, and why we should not fear or why we should not marginalize them because they're different from how we are. And for me, I think that, you know, people often scoff at the whole idea of educating people, but that's really important. Because the truth is, if you don't know any better, you're not going to do any better. And I feel like a well-designed Blue Ocean strategy can help with that. It can help us define these new spaces that are more inclusive, as I say, to more marginalized groups, to groups that are, you know, usually maybe more frowned upon in our Caribbean culture.
Thank you so much, Doc. I do agree. It's really about sensitizing each other to our differences while we appreciate them. So there's really no fast and right and wrong answer. Well, my esteemed panelists, thank you so much this afternoon for being a part of this panel. Thank you for the insight. And as we wrap up, please remember the Blue Ocean strategy is not just a framework, it's a mindset. It's really about seeing opportunity where other people see challenges. It's looking for that niche and going there. It's going to that community that is untapped that you never thought, okay, looking at this kind of dance. So we're very much into dancehall, but how much of us look into Kumina? It's another art form. So nothing is to be frowned upon, everything to be seen as an opportunity. And I encourage everyone from here as industry leaders and entrepreneurs to take turn into looking into those niche, those things that we're good at, embrace them, and rather than compete, how do we compete? Rather than using the red ocean strategy where we're grabbing what somebody else has, how do we embrace it and look at what we're better at? That's what we talk about when we talk about the Blue Ocean strategies. Let us turn our ideas into strategies. Thank you very much. It has been my absolute pleasure sharing this panel with you. And I now hand over to our host, Camila McDonald. this is the part where I do my closing remarks. So yes, you have to bear with me a little more. So I'd like to thank you so much for all being here, especially to my chairman, Mr. Garth, who has borne the brunt of a lot of jokes over the last 2 days. You have been a great team player. Thank you, Mr. Walker, who is the chairman of the Health and Wellness Network. Other esteemed members of the audience, all of you. We have come to the end of our 5th annual Health and Wellness Tourism Conference, and I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to you in-house and online viewers for your attendance, your active participation, and insight contributions. I am sure you'll agree that the moderators and the panelists who represented us today and yesterday have done so well. Over the last 2 days, through their expertise, we have explored the dynamic synergy between the travel industry and other sectors, including healthcare, manufacturing, agriculture, among others. And from the discussions on innovation in wellness, the importance of standardization in tourism. We are grateful for the support from the Ministry of Tourism and the other public bodies, our Minister of Tourism, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, who delivered the keynote address, and many of the other speakers that we engaged in day 1 and day 2. I specifically would love to thank my members of the Tourism Linkages Network who have worked tirelessly to organize and execute this event. A special thank you to our Executive Director, Dr. Kerry Wallace, who left for another function, but especially to my team led by Simone Harris. Simone, thank you so much, and an awesome team that was behind her, including myself. To our awardees, both the persons who were nominated and the person who won, congratulations. It was a great celebration of your achievements at the inaugural Excellence in Health and Wellness Tourism Award. We are also grateful to our generous sponsors and partners. Please join me in expressing our appreciation to our partners, the Ministry of Tourism, the JHTA, JAMPRO, and of course the Global Resilience Center, and the Tourism Enhancement Fund, my colleagues. In addition to our partners, we had the Stewart Automotive Groups, the Exim Bank, the Development of Jamaica Limited, and Short-Time Emergency Medical Services. As we close the 5th staging of this impactful conference, let us not forget the important role each one of us played, whether it was by listening, giving a thought, encouraging an idea, or promoting responsible and sustainable tourism practice. On behalf of the Tourism Linkages Network and the Tourism Enhancement Fund, thank you once again for your participation. And of course, I could not end without thanking our beautiful, wonderful host, Camila MacDonald. Thank you. Yes.
Check.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you guys for braving the weather that ended up not being so bad after all. Looks like we brought the sunshine. Thank you to all the wonderful products and services that were offered on the trade show. This is the 2nd year. Again, congratulations to all the nominees and the winners from last night's inaugural staging of the Excellence in Wellness and Health Tourism. And man, I don't know about you guys, but I'm just leaving here so inspired and excited about all the potential that's out there. I feel like we have not even scratched the surface of what is possible. And Dr. Wallace mentioned a list of 10 countries. I'm hoping by the 6th staging, Jamaica can be up there, you know, if we are the ones that are contributing and, you know, just taking advantage of all of that Jamaica has to offer within the health and wellness tourism space. So thank you for being a part of this 5th annual staging of the Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. We want to thank our partners. So of course, Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, thank you for the hard work of putting this incredible conference together. The Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JAMPRO, Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, the Jamaican Business Development Center, RADA, Rural Agricultural Development Authority, the Exim Bank Jamaica, Stewart's Automotive Development Bank of Jamaica, Short Time Emergency Medical Services, and we just thank you to everybody again who came here, those in person as well as those who joined in online. We saw you guys engaging. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And we are just excited about how knowledgeable we have become within the health and wellness tourism space. Thank you to the production team, the Montego Bay Convention Center, John Swaby Productions, and Real Time Studios. Join us in November 2024 for the 6th staging of the Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. Thank you, everyone. Drive safe.